even got my T-shirt for cellophane here.
But no cellophane this year.
That's right. No cellophane, no starfest, no nothing. We have one in Quebec here called the ROC, ROC, le
Yeah.
Rendez-vous d'Observateurs du Ciel, and it's been going on for over 20 years. And this year, nothing, nada. Too bad. But still do some astronomy and do some observing anyway by our own.
Actually, Explore Scientific has a star party that's done every April in Arizona.
Hmm.
And we
Yeah.
got one of them done, but we didn't do this
Yeah.
year. And I doubt
Arizona
we're going to do
Deep
next
Star.
year. But we'll have to see about the year after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might take a year and a half
Mm-hmm.
to go back to some kind of normal type of world. I mean, even if they have they find some kind of a treatment or it will take a while before everyone is immunized and that's gonna take. Well, we lived in a world that was very free and open, and now we have so much restriction and so much to think about, not only ourselves but everyone around us, our family, the older folks around. I mean, it could be us that contaminate them. So that's what's really mind-boggling here.
That's the problem. Yeah. It's in one way, I mean it's horrible, but in another way, it reminds me of the first time I went diving. And they said when you go down, don't touch anything. Because if you touch something, maybe you'll hurt it or it'll hurt you.
Hmm.
So it made me very hyper aware, okay, when I
Hmm.
was down diving that first time. And, you're paying attention to your oxygen, you're protected with your environment.
Hmm.
Of course, you don't want to get hurt or stung or something like that, but at the same time, you don't want to damage a coral or a rock or some little creature.
Respect. It's
So
respect.
it made me just to float there and to pay attention, was really, really interesting. So it's a little bit like that.
Well, are you all guys in confinement still in the United States, or that region or more open than other?
It's Arkansas is pretty open.
Pretty open, yeah.
You can go to restaurants. You have to wear a mask.
The last
But
month, near Montreal and around Montreal, all summer we could go to restaurants and like we could go to gyms and stuff. But in the 1st of October, we went back in the red. So they closed all the restaurants, all the gyms, all the gathering. No, like me, my son lives in Montreal, and I live outside of Montreal, which is a orange zone, and he lives in the red zone. I'm not allowed to go visit him because he's in the red. Or anyway, so many. So we went back to where we started it in April.
mm-hmm.
Crazy. The second wave is as bad as the first wave, and it's very depressing. I mean, we thought we were out of it, and then we're back in it. And most of the restaurant around here are going to close down, bro. They cannot survive another 2, 3, 4 months doing some takeouts. I mean, it's,
Right. Oh yeah.
they're
And
just
many
surviving,
restaurants here have closed
barely
too.
surviving when they have allowed 30 or 40% of the clientele in the restaurant. If you just do the takeout, it's like, no, man.
Yeah.
But thank God we still have astronomy to cheer up.
That's right. That's right. So we had Maruska Straw, who is she is the executive director of the World Space Week on our daily show today.
Okay.
And it was something we touched on. We talked about, because I was asking her how successful World Space Week was, and she said that they had something like 9,000 events around the world. Um,
Hi,
and
Terry.
she said
Hi, how are
most of them were
you?
virtual.
We're well, thank you.
Hi, Terry.
Hi,
Hey,
Scott.
Hi. But we talked about that unifying aspect of astronomy, and that's our important message, with all of this.
Yep.
Whether you're trying to get your local community together, or you're trying to do a national thing with a star party like Winter Star Party or something, that does attract a somewhat international crowd. But still, even that group is it's more of a national kind of thing. You do have some Canadian people and some people fly in from Europe, that kind of thing. But in order to do a real global star party, you have to do this.
Yep,
You know,
absolutely. Yeah, you have to do it online.
you have to use technology.
Yep.
And Maruska thought that once she thinks that it will be a blend of doing events like this and combined with a real, in-person type of event.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful image behind Terry.
Don't you wish you were there right now?
Yeah.
I wish
Yeah.
I was.
Thank you.
How many of you saw Jason Genzel's solar image?
The one that
seen
you
it yet.
share on Messenger?
I will share it, unless Jason wants to. I think he's coming on the show.
Okay.
I mean, really one of the most phenomenal solar images I've ever seen. It's incredible, amazing.
The one that you sent on Messenger?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Wow. That was wonderful.
that amazing. Acromat telescopes. This telescope costs less than $1,000.
Unbelievable. Well, the
It's just very, very
imaging
good.
system that he's
Very
got
good.
probably also helped a lot, though. What kind of imaging
I would
system?
imagine.
I didn't see it. What was the picture of? The sunspot or just the sun?
It's the sun with detail.
Yeah.
It looks like shag carpet. It's amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Oh
It's
yeah.
done with a Daystar Quark, I think is what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I'll have to check that out. I just saw the picture of the big new sunspot rotating around.
Right.
Yes, and in fact, a few hours ago, I counted 32 sunspots on it.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
32.
Just a couple hours ago.
Oh my goodness.
I want some aurora.
Yes.
You'll probably get your wish.
That would be nice. I want it where I can see it.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what kind of an audience we get today. I think that a lot of people are still glued on the
Yeah, on the
presidential election, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a nail biter.
right now it is, eh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's fascinating. It really is. But I think
Yeah.
the outcome is getting more and more clear now.
Yeah, I think the outcome is virtually certain, although it will be close now.
Yeah, may not be so close, David, but
The arm waving and
I totally agree with you that the outcome
Yeah.
is virtually certain now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it separated by just one vote.
Well, it could have been, a tie and going to the House, for
Yeah.
resolution. That happened in 1824, with John Quincy Adams as well.
It
That's a
went to a
great story
tie.
about that election.
Oh my goodness. I think if it went to a tie, they should give them both boxing gloves and then right.
Scotty, that's a wonderful idea, and Wendy loves it too.
Right.
You think only the U.S. is watching? It's all over the world.
They
Oh,
lock up the
everybody's
cage,
watching it.
the last one that can walk out. That's the president, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 19th star party, yeah? Global star party.
19th, yeah, and Saturday will be the 20th, and that will be an
Who would
Asia
have thought-
edition.
Who would have thought that would last that long, eh? That
Yeah,
lockdown.
I know.
It's like me,
I know.
I usually go almost every week in a small cafe in Montreal, down in the old part of Montreal, and they have an open mic for musicians in there. And
Ah,
they've been doing the open mics virtual on Zoom and Skype since we're now up to about the 35th week. It's like, wow, 35 weeks without being together and making music together. I miss it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I miss it so much.
I love seeing the collaborative things though, where they're online and I mean, they had some pretty major bands doing some of this stuff.
Yeah.
The
Oh yeah. They
rock
got no
band called
choice.
the
They cannot
Doobie
do
Brothers
show.
did
They
one.
cannot survive on nothing. They have to do some virtual show or a presentation.
Yeah, yeah,
Everybody has to live.
that's true. That's true. And they have to keep promoting
Yeah.
their
Their new
music
stuff.
too,
Yeah,
right?
new music. Mm.
Everybody looks comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
I
much.
think we're all exhausted.
Yeah, that's true. I am.
Comfortable and woefully underslept. Yeah.
I was out doing astronomy last night. Of course, I'm watching the election at the same time, I got to sleep about maybe 1:30, but waking up at like 6:30, So,
I watched it till around 4ish, I guess, and then I was up again
Oh.
at 7.
Ooh.
It's so interesting. It was galvanizing.
yeah.
I've never been so interested in an election as this one.
Uh-huh.
It really, really caught my attention,
Well,
especially the way it's
record yeah. You got a record number of people voting. That
Yeah.
part's good. I watch the BBC a lot, and um, I like you know, it seems almost like a little bit impartial view of what's going on here.
Pretty good journalistic credibility too.
I think so.
Yep.
I think so. Okay. Well, my countdown clock is almost exactly right on time.
We want to find Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars, because that's our best chance of finding a world with life on it.
Today's the day that truck carrying the NUID instrument has arrived. Over the next couple of days, we'll start integrating the whole system together. But the first step is to actually get here, and today the instrument got here.
The instrument is a radial velocity spectrometer. It measures to very high accuracy the wobble of a star as a planet goes around it. We are trying to do this, the level of sensitivity more than anything that exists at the moment.
We're really gunning for is one of the most precise measurements of a frequency in astronomy. And I'm hoping we can get down to the point where we're really probing the limits of the star and nothing else. The idea with NUID is really develop something that is so stable that you're purely dominated by stellar astrophysics.
Not only will it detect planets and measure masses of known planets, but you can try for direct detection of planetary photons, so that you can try to disentangle the very small reflected light signature from the planet itself. Instruments like NUID present the first capability for being able to do it.
One of the things NASA wanted was an instrument that could actually help the community follow up test objects.
I think it'll be a very valuable resource for confirming test planets. So TESS provides the one half, and NUID I think will do a wonderful job providing the masses for a lot of these confirmed planets.
Another goal for NUID is to identify potential targets for JWST, because JWST will open the doors to characterizing these planets by actually looking for atmospheres and images. And so it's very important that you find the right ones to spend time with the telescope.
Let's stop with an abrupt end right there. Welcome to the 19th Global Star Roberts, and this is an Explore Alliance Live event. I am very happy to be with all of you, and we have our group of astronomers here with us, including Libby and the stars to my right here, at least how it looks to me right now. David Levy is with us today. Richard Grace is with us. Deepti Gautam from Nepal. Norman Fulham out of Canada. David Eicher out of Wisconsin. Is that right?
That's
You're
right.
in Wisconsin. Yes, he is. How would I not know that? And Terry Mann in Ohio. So this is, doing 19 global star parties has been very interesting. It's caused me to pause and reflect on the effect that it's had on our viewers, the effect it's had on us, and one of the things that we are starting to talk about a lot is how the reach of amateur astronomy in the midst of a pandemic has been quite a phenomenon. not only have a lot of people wanted to get into astronomy that would, might have had it just in the back of their mind, but the club activity in astronomy clubs is becoming more active, with astronomy clubs figuring out how to use technology like we're using right now with Zoom and broadcasting software. I know that the Astronomical League is even thinking about such things. Hopefully when we can return after the pandemic to live face-to-face meetings, that we keep up this outreach that we're doing online, because it reaches so many people that normally could not attend things like this, normally could not watch David Levy give a talk, live, or Dave Eicher, or people like Deepti that's halfway around the world. So it's something that we're very honored to be able to put together. I'm personally happy about it, because my whole probably 80% of the enjoyment for me in astronomy is educational outreach, and somehow touching other people, inspiring them, or seeing them being inspired by others, or watching them inspire others. So and it is that inspiration that causes us to delve deeper into this discovery, personal exploration, and it gives us the courage to do for some of us, the hard work of science, and to take our understanding of the universe and ultimately ourselves ever greater. So I think it's a privilege that we can do this. As our tradition, we have David Levy, who's now done Undaunted, has done every global star party that we've had. David has given us the poetry and the introspection, I think, that makes us realize why we look up, why we explore, why we love the stars. It's something innate in us. David understands this extremely well. He's able to articulate this very well. Sometimes when he breaks into his poetry, which he does almost every show, it lulls you into releasing your maybe defenses that you might have, and to think about what's possible in the universe. And he always leaves a lasting impression. And so I will give my dear friend David Levy the stage.
Thank you, Scotty, and welcome to the 19th Global Star Party. I hope we're going to have a good time. Last night at around, I'd say about 6 o'clock at night, Wendy and I started watching the election returns on television. We were going to watch them for an hour, and then I was going to go out observing, which is what happened. After an hour, I went outside and set up my camera. In fact, I even think I have the camera to show you. It's this one, and it's a big fisheye, in the hope that I might be able to photograph a Taurid meteor or two. I didn't get any photographed, although I did see one faint one, and I may try it again tonight. Then, after an hour, the moon came up, so I went back inside and watched the election returns from about 8 o'clock until 4 this morning. I forced myself to stop, go to sleep for a couple of hours, and then I was up again and watched it all day. And you know what's interesting? Sometimes an event happens on Earth, and you kind of think that the Earth itself is reacting to that event by slowing its rotation a little bit, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then more and more and more, until it just stops. And the Earth stops its rotation, and everybody on it just sort of cogitates for a while, thinks about it, looks up at the stars, and then the Earth resumes its normal thing. And this is what I think was happening last night. It was, Wendy and I were enthralled with it. We couldn't tear ourselves away from the television. It was by far the most interesting election in the United States that I've ever followed. And it's not quite over yet, although it looks like it's going to be very soon. Anyway, the important part of that was the break I took for an hour early to go outside. I was trying to photograph a Taurid meteor or two. I didn't get any, but it was really fun to go outside and just watch the sky. No telescope, just a camera, and just having fun looking up at the night sky and enjoying what there was. Jupiter and Saturn really close together, enjoying one of their great conjunctions. Next month, there will be a night, I think it's the 21st of December, when Jupiter and Saturn are going to be 1/10 of a degree from each other. And that's going to be something to see. They'll be visible in the same low power field, maybe not so low power field, of a telescope eyepiece. That's going to be really something to see. And they might see a meteor. If you wait that long, it won't be a Taurid that you'll see. To see the Taurids, you have to go out tonight or sometime in the next few nights, just to go out and enjoy these beautiful, slow-moving meteors. The brightest meteor I ever saw was a Taurid about 25 years ago. It was just arcing across the sky, and then it was a bolide, so it exploded and left sparks throughout the sky. And the neighborhood dogs all started to bark. It was that bright, and it caught their attention. And I'm looking up there and really enjoying it. And as the Earth begins its rotation again, I'm reminded of Alfred Lord Tennyson and one of my favorite poems of his, Ulysses. The lights, as we look up at the night sky, begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon climbs. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be that we shall touch the happy isles and even see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and to yield. Back to you, Scotty. Thanks.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, the whole purpose, I think, or one of the root purposes of astronomy is, of course, to explore and to make somehow known the unknown. And so some of this is done by people that have work with the great telescopes. Some of them do it through mathematics, yet others do it through writing and literature. And David Levy, of course, is one of these people. But David Eicher is now someone that has made a great portion of his life about inspiring other people, getting you to start to explore the universe, taking you on that trip, that voyage through the written word. David's probably written I don't know, hundreds or thousands of articles, over 20 books about astronomy. He has been involved in expeditions, and he is also someone that works very closely with the people who organize. In fact, he's on the board of directors, I think, or board of advisors for the Starmus event, which is a huge celebration of astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, you know, and he has helped me learn more about this, and opened up even a door of possibility that we can be at this event for next year in September, the Starmus event. But David is someone that, I've mentioned this before, but he makes very difficult concepts, or this voyage through the universe, very accessible. You start to read about you know, interesting facts and figures and stuff like that, but he makes it more than just about the distance, and more about the work or the interesting aspects of discovery. He kind of puts you into it, and you know, after you're done reading it, you feel like you've taken the voyage yourself. And so, David, I think that's a rare gift, and I think that is something that you know, I'm amazed that anybody can keep that fresh for people, article after article, book after book, and that's something that you do. You're part of a rarefied group of people that can do that, and we're lucky to have you. And so I give you the stage.
Thank you so much, Scott. You're way too nice, as always. And I thought, you know, I'm talking
through though.
Well, thank you. I'm talking about a series of really interesting, mind-blowing topics in this star party over some weeks, with what's going on in astronomy and astrophysics and cosmology and planetary science, and really the giant leaps we've made over the last generation or even decade or so, really understanding where the big questions are and what we know about them. And I promise you, I'm doing this starting from close to home and moving outward in the universe. I absolutely promise that I did not plan this topic specifically for today, but I figured that some of you might have a little bit of anxiety going on here in the viewership the last day or two. So I'm going to lighten things up today by talking about the end of life on Earth. Just, you know, so we don't take things too seriously. Okay.
That's right.
So let's talk a little bit about early in the history of our planet. Long before we were here, it was a very violent early history. Of course, we had long ago what was called the late heavy bombardment in the inner solar system, with a lot of bodies. You can see the evidence of this on the moon, of course, which doesn't erode much to this day. So about 4.1 to 3.8 billion years ago, the inner solar system was getting rocked with collisions. Well, following this period, though, life emerged, we think, on Earth pretty quickly. So let's talk a little bit about life and how we've come so far so quickly here. The oldest rocks on Earth, we think Earth rocks, are about 4.4 billion years old. They come from Western Australia. The earliest life we know of is primitive microbial life, of course, so-called cyanobacteria from the Strelley Pool in Australia, also Australia. They're about 3.4 billion years old, these organisms. However, some older life in a couple of other locations may be about 3.9 billion years, almost pushing 4 billion years. So life got going very quickly on our planet when it was possible to do so, because of the conditions. There are two really key factors, of course, in what we understand about life, our life and life on our planet, and they are an element and a compound. Let's mention briefly carbon and water. So carbon is a very reactive element. It's good as a basis for life because it's easily bondable. It bonds to things easily. It forms a variety of kind of ways to bond, with chains, with sheets, with ring structures. and so on. So it's very adaptive to biological molecules. Carbon is a big part of who we are. Water is very important as a compound as well, because you need a solvent to dissolve things and a carrier of energy. And so those two an element and a compound are critical for us. Well, the first 1.5 billion years or so of life on this planet featured very primitive microbes, of course, the whole stretch. About 2 billion years ago, however, those little microbes produced enough oxygen in Earth's atmosphere to create a bit of an explosion. And that created the so-called Great Oxygenation Event. It was an explosion in the diversity and availability of life stepping forward. Well, our ancestors only appeared on the scene, of course, we think of as our distant ancestors, our most primitive hominids, a few million years ago. So we've been around a relatively short time, of course, in the whole panel history of life. Well, this all leads to the question, how long do you think we have with life on Earth here? So I'd actually like to stop. And if any of our panelists here would like to proffer, and I don't need to be making fun of this because you give talks to very sophisticated astronomical groups, and the sort of intuition here with this sort of time frame of life on Earth is, well, the sun's about halfway through its life, isn't it? As a sequence star, we're probably about halfway through life on Earth too. I mean, that seems reasonable, doesn't it? Would anyone like to take a guess as to what scientists believe the duration of life on Earth could be? And I don't mean, I mean the ultimate sort of end game. I don't mean if we're really, even dumber than we appear to be as a species and end it sooner than that ourselves. I mean, as long as we can go on Earth. Anyone want to venture a guess, perhaps? Scott? David?
I would say that possibly, I mean, if we don't do ourselves in, and if we are not killed off by some mass virus, that's unsurvivable, we don't get hit by a big asteroid, right? These kinds of things, or a nearby supernova that sterilizes the surface of the Earth. That's happened before. But let's just say we could live it out, okay? I don't know. I would guess another 1 billion years.
Any other guesses?
Well, for myself, I love Star Trek type of entertainment and stuff, and make us think about what could happen, what could be possible, because it's anybody's guess. If tomorrow there'll be an ovni coming from somewhere else, and then they're friendly and they show us all kinds of things, and we can travel the space and stuff like that. That right now we cannot think about it because it's just impossible. But what if it would happen? Of course, I think the Earth, people on Earth would change completely attitude against each other. I think we could say the sky is the limit. Now the universe is the limit. So it's I think I'm very hopeful that we will last till that point, or we will join those aliens eventually. But yeah, I'm open to this type of a scenario that we eventually going to travel across the universe. It could be 1,000 years from now, or 500,000 years
Yeah,
from
maybe,
now.
maybe you don't call us humans anymore.
Hmm?
Maybe we are augmented with artificial intelligence,
Yeah, something like
and
that.
we live in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're already a spacefaring species.
Just looking
That's
at
not going to stop.
how
That is
fast
not going to
technology
stop.
evolved, how fast our technology evolved right now. It's not far-fetched to think that we'll be able to travel between stars in a relatively short amount of time. I'm saying maybe
Hmm.
a few thousand years. But when that happens, nothing is impossible after that. I'm very hopeful.
We have people here in the audience that are giving numbers. One of them says Stephen Hawking suggested only 200 years. CFox 0011 says 2 billion years maybe. Norm Hughes says 1.5 million. Jeff Wise, it looks like he's saying 1 million years. And then Norm Hughes says, I don't think augmented AI is that far away. I would agree with him. Wow, I must have missed something. Sounds interesting. And then Beatrice says, oh, Libby has a cute cat with her. What do you think, Deepti? How many years do you think humanity has? Nothing terrible happens to us. We continue to live. Do you think it's forever? Do you think it's...
No, maybe it can be indeed, because who knows the tomorrow, what will happen. Yeah, maybe some 500,000, like maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 1,000 years, it's long.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Terry?
You're muted.
I was going to agree with DT. I was thinking 500,000.
500,000.
Yeah. And I've never thought about this before. It's an interesting, there's so many factors that could key in. So many, but that would be my guess.
Yes. And Libby, how long do you think?
Well, I mean, stars last for a billion years, and our sun is a star. I mean, it's been around for a while, so I'm gonna say about 500 million years, 500 million years, because I think it's been here for a while as a star. It's been here for a long time, a couple billion years. So I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, it's not too close, but if you think about the sun's life and the star's life, it's pretty close. It's elderly. It's probably going to be 500 million years is what I'm guessing.
Those are great guesses and great opinions. And let's set aside, there are a couple of factors here that we'll set aside for now. And we can talk, they're great fun to talk about. Are there lots of other dangers out there that could end things for us? Yes, as Scott said, whether it's, antimatter and nearby supernova that's sterilizing and asteroidal impact that didn't help the dinosaurs, right on down the line. There can be lots of trouble we're not insulated from space, even though not everyone on Earth thinks about outer space all the time. And we don't know. I mean, travel could be our salvation, although it's tough when you get down to energy and logistics and moving lots of people and so on. But, we don't know, because technology obviously will dramatically and unbelievably improve over time. But then again, physics is physics. But let's talk just about what we do know. Okay, and that is the key here is the sun is a variable star. It's not a constant. We look at it, it seems like a constant, of course, every day in our sky, warming us, unless you live in Wisconsin, and then it seems more like Antarctica. But for the most part, it's warm and it's there and it's a constant, but it's actually not. It's increasing its radiative output, its so-called bolometric magnitude over time. So it's generally getting warmer and heating up very slowly over time as time rolls on, independent of any, sort of human-induced carbon dioxide fun. So there was a really critical key paper in 1994 that Mike Rampino, who's at New York University, and Ken Caldera and their colleagues produced, that was sort of looking at the long-term habitability of Earth, just based on the solar radiation and what's going to happen to our climate because of the sun, not because of any other activity. the long story short, and there are many, many interesting details in this, but long story short, within about 1 billion years or so, the sun will, this radiation will increase to the point where the oceans will boil off of Earth. Now, there could be subsurface microbes that would survive much longer than that period of 1 billion years. A couple of you said 1 billion years, and you were, as far as astrophysics goes, right on. Scott, you said 1 billion years, I think.
Just a guess.
Yeah, so that's the answer, really, as far as the solar system and our star goes. Now, you know, microbes could last a bit longer than that, of course, especially if they're subterranean. We're really fragile, though, as human beings, at least now. Of course, there's evolution over that time, but that's probably going to ruin our weekend when there's no more water on the surface of Earth. And so that's probably the game over for human beings. So the strange and interesting thing is that, you know, if you look back at the origin of life on Earth and that period of, you know, stretching nearly 4 billion years back, something like 80% of the story of life on Earth has already been written, even though people like us sitting around and talking about astronomy in the night sky have not been here very long compared to the history of the planet. That's kind of a weird, neat thing, and it's something we've really only known about for about 25 years. So I thought I would share that. It's certainly not meant to put any more anxiety out there on a day like today for any of you, but it's a fun fact to know about. And when you don't want to talk about politics, you can say, hey, you know, when, you know, life on Earth is going to end, and here to everyone at the cocktail party. At some point when
that's a great conversation starter.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
So there we go, Scott. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will intend to have a cheerier subject next time, and I'll intend to hang around most of these, but I actually have to go and do a meeting thing tonight.
Yeah, understood, David. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Thank you.
Take care. Have fun, everyone, and don't stress. 1 billion years, as they say.
Yeah, we got time. You got time.
A long time between friends.
That's right. That's right. Thanks, David. Bye. Okay. All right. So, let's change things up just a little bit. Ladies, is this okay with you? Are you? Yeah. Norman has been working long day today. I'd like to give him some time to you know, share his talk with us. And Richard, you have live images coming down too, right? Yeah. Okay. So after Norman, we'll have Richard give us a peek at the live images, and we'll check in with Terry to make sure I'm not keeping her up too late. And I know that you know, you two young ones are good to for the duration. So let's turn this over to Norman. I asked Norm. He asked me earlier what he should talk about, and you know, Norman is. I mean, he makes some of the biggest amateur. I guess you can't even call them amateur level telescopes. These are professional level telescopes that he makes, but some amateurs buy them. Okay, and you know, so he makes telescopes up to, I think it's about 65 inches of aperture. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Yep. And you gave us a tour of your facility. I was, you know, I was blown away. I mean, you made your own coating chamber. You've made your own polishing machines. You are self-taught. You know, you're one of the great telescope makers of all time, really. And you know, I was reading about Herschel. You know, William Herschel. Herschel had in his day was making and selling telescopes, and I was reflecting on. They were describing how difficult these telescopes were. He's polishing these big, massive mirrors. Some of them were, well, not as big as Norman's mirrors. But his biggest was a 49.5-inch diameter mirror made out of copper and tin. Yeah, these specular mirrors, and these mirrors.
Any piece, yeah.
Yeah, they would even sitting in his 40-foot reflector, as he called it, which had a cast iron tube, if you can imagine that, big enough to walk through. Okay, but the massive weight of these mirrors would cause them to sag and deform, and so he would have to go and pour new mirrors and reshape them, and they're polished by hand. I mean, the effort is just incredible. Okay, you think about this, and even to use his massive telescopes, he had to have guys pushing around a whole building to get different pointing angles with the telescope. And he's up in a parapet up there looking down into his tube. Okay, not comfortable to look through, not easy to use. Every time that you wanted to use it, it was a major, huge effort. Okay, speculum would oxidize, I think, within a matter of weeks. And so you'd have to go back and repolish the mirrors after a few weeks. You probably had to have several mirrors for your telescope. So he didn't like his big massive telescope that much. But I think that you like yours. And I've seen your design at your facility. You know, but it is that people get something that in the amateur world we call aperture fever.
Yeah.
And I think that Norman knows all about aperture fever, and the thirst to look ever deeper into space. So that was the thing that I wanted Norman to talk about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, aperture fever, I lived it. I lived through it in my early years when I started to make telescope and make mirrors. And I'm saying about 25 years ago. I remember my first mirror that I polished was a 12.5-inch f7.1. And in those days, I was arriving at small star parties, and that was a big telescope, 12.5 inch. That was a big piece. I mean, you were almost the talk of the star party that night. We had a line up on behind next to your telescope because people wanted to see through it. And
Yeah.
in those days, we were kind of how can I explain that? We were content to look to a 10-inch, a 12-inch, or 8-inch. We were used to look at those objects and nebula and galaxy through those small size telescope, because the large telescope in those days, large mirrors, were so expensive. Okay, so very expensive to buy. And if you were lucky enough to go to a star party and then there was a 20 inches or 25 inches telescope, you were lucky. You could wait an hour in line to go just have a look
Oh
at
yeah.
the eyepiece because it was something different. And you and then when you look at let's say M42 to a 20-inch, then it was like, wow, man, this is unbelievable. All the details we can see that we cannot see in a 10-inch or a 12-inch. So very quickly, when let's see, after about 3 or 4 years when I started to make telescopes, everyone was asking me for bigger and bigger mirror, bigger telescope or larger optics. And in those days, I only had a small machine, polishing machine that could go up to about 16 inches diameters. I could push it to A17, but that was pretty much the maximum that I could do. And I didn't have the experience either to polish and correct, do a parabola, let's say f5 on the 16-inch. Then it was something pretty challenging. And after so many people asking me for 20 inches and 22 inches and 25 inches, well, I said, okay, I'm going to try to find a place first to buy the material to make
Right.
those big mirrors. I mean, I need the piece of glass. I need the blank itself to make it. I wasn't making them then. So I had some suppliers in the United States. I had some in Europe. And what really kind of slowed me down in the production of those big mirrors is the cost was so damn expensive to buy a piece of Pyrex, because in those days they didn't make lightweight mirrors. They was a full size. I mean, a solid mirror. Let's say a 12-inch was 3 inches thick. It
Hmm.
was almost 50 pounds just in the mirror. So imagine a 24 inches mirror that is 6 inches thick.
Oh,
It was so heavy, man, and you need a structure, a telescope structure, so heavy duty. It was so expensive to build, and I mean, just to build a machine to grind a very heavy mirror that weighed 300-400 pounds, you need a big solid machine. And then if you don't have the money to buy the machine to make it, because in those days you still can buy those machines, but it's so expensive. So it was a big challenge for me to try to lower the cost first and to be able to build a machine strong enough to be able to grind them and polish them. And then after that, a way to measure and figure the mirror itself. So what brought me to the very large mirror in optics is I told myself that I cannot buy the material. It would be too expensive for any amateur or semi-professional to buy, let's say, a 36 or 40-inch mirror, and it would be crazy price, over
yeah.
the $150,000 to $200,000 just for the piece of glass and stuff. So there was a couple company that were willing to sell Pyrex blank about 3 inch thick for those diameters. But again, get a piece of glass shipped from Europe that weighed about 1,000 pounds.
Oh,
It's
shipping
insurance,
cost. Yeah,
just the insurance and the
yeah,
transport was also
yeah.
very so expensive, even from the United States. And in those days, I was ordering from Newport Glass in California,
Yes.
and they were good suppliers at some point. Uh, but I noticed that I don't know if because I was in Canada, I wasn't getting uh, the quality material that most American telescope maker were getting. Probably get the reject. So all kinds of stressed glass, the wrongly annealed piece of glass. So I got very frustrated at some point. I said, okay. I called the Laval University in Quebec. They were very good in developing not optics, but into different line of work into optics, not necessarily telescope mirror, but in optics. So
Hmm.
I contact the head uh, the teacher at the university. He said, I have a problem, and I don't know if you can help me. I need a big piece of glass to make mirror for telescope, for large telescope, but I need something that's cheap to buy, not too expensive, that will be as good as any other standard mirror on the market right now. But on top of that, I want something that would be lighter. Okay, so we worked for 3 years for to developing what we call technofusion blanks or mirrors. So that allow me to be able to offer large piece of glass, lightweight, not too expensive, and that was affordable for a semi-professional or amateur astronomer. But to do so, I needed to buy a big kiln. I needed to build a larger machine. But because the blank were much lighter, it was much easier to build the machine to grind and polish the mirror. And so if you want to have a better
Hmm.
idea what it is, go on my website. You have an idea of the techno. What is it? I don't want to sell. It's not a sell pitch here. Okay, I don't want to sell you a mirror or telescope. It's just to explain that
I'll pitch his stuff. He makes great telescopes. If you can afford one, buy one.
it's just that it took me about 5 years to be able to really offer a difference in the market, to make a difference in the market for the
Yeah.
large optics. Uh, from uh, from the first piece of glass that we cut, water jet cut, and we put in the oven with the different the kind of sandwich structure, how to fuse it, how to make it solid, make it viable, how to grind it, and it took 5 years
Oh,
and
wow.
in that 5 years, I still was making the smaller one, and so it took me a lot of time, off time, weekends and nights, just to develop that technology to be able to offer them. But once it was out there and available, people, I felt the how could I say, astronomers were really ready. They were ready to buy a large optic telescope because they were used to look through 20, 24, even 30 inches mirror, solid mirrors, telescope, and they wanted more. Is the aperture fever. I mean, you know
Yes.
what you can see into a 20-inch, and then it look at the, I don't know, any nebula, the ring nebula through a 20-inch and to a 30-inch. It's two different things. I mean, and you look, and so my personal experience, the first large mirror that I made out of for the Technofusion were the 36-inch f4. It's a telescope that I built, and the first slide that I did with that telescope, I mean, it was in Quebec, not the perfect dark area to do a first slide, but it was kind of an interesting area. And I went through all the messy objects because they were so different, so completely
Yeah.
different what you used to
Yeah.
observe. Because I mean, you see details in galaxies and nebula that you just dream of to see, because you see them on picture, and then you look to a 10-inch or 12-inch telescope and said, it's that in that area there should be some texture there, but you kind of imagine it. But
Yeah.
you see it live and you see colors in nebulas. It's like, ooh, yeah. So you have to
So,
go through
so it
all.
must, once you start looking through these really large telescopes, it must be like experiencing astronomy again for the
Yeah,
first
oh
time.
yeah. It's like you're back to the beginning when you first
Yeah.
observe object and said, wow, the first time you see Jupiter, or the first time you
Yeah.
see I don't know, M81 or whatever. It's always wow. It's brand new. It's a new object. So I think my best experience was with large optic for my aperture fever myself.
Yeah.
Uh, it's the first 50-inch telescope that I built. It was a customer in California, a doctor, and the doctor he's still pretty much into astronomy, but he was the type of guy that buy big stuff, install it in an observatory, and he goes once a year to observe it. But it's not the my story here would be when I sold that telescope, I said I'm
Hmm.
gonna go install it for you to make sure everything works because it's my first big 50-inch telescope. So we went there. I went there, assembled the telescope, and of course the first light is the real first light because I built a telescope. I have no place here to do a first light in where the shop is. This light pollution is about 45 floodlights in the parking lot here. I cannot do a first light,
Right.
and the cost to disassemble the telescope, reassemble it somewhere place nearby to do a first light, and disassemble it again. The cost it wasn't cost effective. So I said, I'm confident in my work. I'm confident in what I can do with a mirror. So I'm gonna just go ship it over there and go over there to observe with it and assemble it. So get there. Took about 2 days to assemble the telescope in the observatory there, and now you're just sitting. You're ready. The sky gets dark, and it's in the Sierra Valley in California. It's a dark,
Oh,
very
yeah.
dark area.
Yeah.
So everything's going to be just mind blowing, but you don't know how mind blowing. So the
Right.
first object, well, we just settled everything and then opened was Argo Navis with Servocat guiding system. So
Hmm.
pointed two star to do the star alignment, and then crossed my finger, punching M3 because it was something right there right at the moment. So I just crossed my finger that the telescope will go there to M3, and then I will have it at the eyepiece. And yes, it did track, and then it went to the M3. And I was the first to look to the eyepiece, and
Nice.
I almost fell off the ladder. It's like unbelievable. It's like
Wow.
it's another world. It's another. It's. It, I don't think I can explain the experience visually. You see picture of every very um, deep sky on your laptop or whatever. You see all the details, but it's an image. It's not live. When you have it live in your eye, it's completely different experience.
Yeah.
Um, we spent that first night observing maybe 20 objects, and every object were, and I was lucky. It was in the winter time. We had M42 in the 50 inch. It
Could
was
you see
just
color?
M42 in the 50-inch telescope.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You got the red, you got the green, you got all the colors, you got texture, you got 3D effect of the it's like completely
Yeah.
different experience. So each object that we observed was completely different. And on top, to top it off, I had Binoviewer to observe
Oh
the
my goodness. On top of that.
on top of that, I had a 3D effect of
Yeah.
the depth. It
The
was
bright
just,
stars look
I
closer and
still have those images right here, right behind my eyes there.
mm,
And when
mm,
I think about it, I close my eye and I see it. So it's a
yeah.
very humbling experience, but also it's very for me because I built it. So it's like, wow, I built that
Yeah.
thing. I built it myself. So I
Gratifying.
can, every time I sell a big mirror to someone else, I always offer to go and either install it with you or do the first light with him to to experience the same
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah.
So
Right.
aperture fever is real. It's not a fever. It's an aperture need. for me.
Neat. That's right. That's right.
It's a
Hmm.
very humbling experience for myself and
Yes.
anybody I think that would have the chance to observe visually on a large telescope is it's an experience. You should.
Yes.
You should never skip the experience. If you have a chance to do it, go and do it visually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree. I agree. One of the things that we do, Norman, is uh, we always tried to also have every year a 60-inch star party with the historic 60-inch telescope at Mount Wilson. And
Yeah.
although there is a lot of light pollution from Pasadena, there are objects that you can look at and see with amazement, particularly planets. I mean,
Mhm. Oh,
60-inch
yeah.
aperture on Saturn with, arc second seeing or sub-arc
Yeah.
second seeing is just incredible, incredible. You know that you're at a historic instrument. But when I think about you, Norman, and I think about your great telescopes that you're building, I place you amongst the great telescope makers. Brashear, Herschel, Alvin Clark. These people. You are one of them, and
Wow.
so it's amazing and wonderful, to have you on our programs, and you've shared with us also your artistic side, and you've also revealed your trials and tribulations in life, how you got from there to here. It's a amazing story. You are, I love what you've done for us on the global star parties, and
It's
so
my
it's
pleasure.
great.
And I will never leave Global Star Party without a song.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay.
Because
Okay.
I'm a musician, and uh, every star party that I go, I bring my guitar and I always make music after I'm done observing. And I think music and astronomy are made to go together. And I'm gonna play you a song, not a song,
Thank you.
it's an
Thank you.
instrumental that I composed, boy, maybe 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm. 30 years ago of
30,
your own composition.
yeah,
Okay.
it's an instrumental, not a song.
Okay.
But when I composed that song, that piece, I was in the Rockies near Jasper, Banff. I was living there for many years, and the dark sky over there is like Amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that piece was composed. Close your eyes. Think you are in the Rockies, next to a lake with a big mountain range in the background, and then the sun rises. Okay, so that song, that piece is called "The Sunrise on the Rockies."
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
Definitely.
That's so good. That was getting like a knot in my throat. Okay.
I can almost imagine hearing that out on the observing field and just
Yeah.
get drawn right out into the stars even more. That was beautiful.
That was
Yeah.
beautiful.
That's why I say that astronomy and music, well, not every kind of music, type of music, but a certain type of music that's very, I don't know, spaced.
Beautiful.
Really goes well together.
It's
Well,
beautiful.
thank you for having me at the Global Star Party, Scott.
Thank you.
It's always fun and a pleasure. And like I said, I had a very long day today. Started at
I know you
6,
did.
and
I know.
it's here in Montreal is almost
9
9
o'clock?
o'clock.
Yeah.
So I have to go home. See if my wife's going to recognize me.
Yeah, thank you for giving your time to us today. It was beautiful.
Always
Thank
my
you.
pleasure, Scott. And
Thank you.
everyone, thank you for listening and be there.
All
Astronomy
right.
needs
Thanks.
all of us to promote and to share. It's something to share to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Norman.
Thank you.
Take care. Wow. Okay. All right. So let's take a little break and I know that Richard has a live image of M31, so that would be a nice thing to kind of soak in some of those photons from 2.2 million light years away, you know? So what do you got, Richard?
See here, let me share my screen.
Oh, wow. You can
That's
see the
a
spiral arms.
single 10-minute sub that just came in 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago. I've been working
Beautiful.
with my back focus on my flattener, and it's been a little more than expected. And I need to order a couple of the 1 millimeter spacers, and I kept going further and further back, and I finally was like, okay, I don't have the ability to take a small step back, so I'm going to take a,
Right.
let's call it a 2 millimeter step back, or 3 millimeter. And it was, you know, a hair too much, but at least I finally found where the other side of it is. And I remember Simon was talking about this on one of the streams. I don't remember if it was the co-stream or one of his other ones, but he said when you're too far in, that you know, in the corners you get the Quake symbol. Like if you remember the video game Quake, it's almost like a 3-pointed star with a little thing sticking out in the middle. And you know, when you're too far out, you get like a comet shaped thing in the corner. And I've definitely seen both at this point. So I know that I need to just get it into the middle. But the beautiful part about that is that I'm not taking this seriously at all tonight. So we don't need to keep getting data on this after this. So we're going to go find something else to look at.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well,
we'll
it's
be
beautiful. You can see the two companion galaxies to M31, and lots of stars, and it's sharp, and it you know, the
and a
structure.
plane or a satellite.
Oh, really? Uh-huh.
It's right here. I guess it could be a meteor as well, but there's definitely.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
There definitely
like
is a
bunch of little
faint
dots.
streak. I just noticed it when I was looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Richard. All right, we'll come back to you after after our break. But let's move on to you know, I'm going to let Libby and Terry and Deepti kind of figure out who wants to go on next. But anyone wants to take that?
I'm good. If they want to go ahead and go first, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. So between you and Libby, Deepti, how's your schedule looking out there in Nepal?
Okay, Libby.
I have all night. You can go ahead and go. I have all night.
Got all night. Okay, all right. Well, Deepti, what time is it over there?
7:49 a.m.
Okay, all right. And what time do you start your classes?
No, I don't have a classes because of the festival and everything.
Okay.
It's vacation.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess we'll let you go first, Deepti. You are, we talked about your, you know, you introduced us to astronomy, amateur astronomy in Nepal, was your first talk. And then your second talk was about your organization and what it's doing and that type of thing, which was great. And we get to learn more about you. What are your hopes and dreams? What does your group plan to do from now and into the future?
Okay, we are just planning to have this outreach program first of all, because there are the number of people, organizations which are working in the field of astronomy in the Nepal. So we'll be working more in the astronomy and field of astronomy by making the outreach of the astronomy and increasing opportunity and yeah, I have one sort of presentation. Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, wait. Yeah. Yeah. As I dream to make something great and something new to the field of astronomy, and I want to contribute in the field of astronomy. Me along with my friends has established one organization that's Astronomy Enthusiast in Nepal. And okay, first of all, our motto is to connecting people from all around the Nepal and international too, so they can help us to make the more outreach of the astronomy and just uplift the status of the astronomy and spreading the knowledge. The main thing is spreading the knowledge about the astronomy and knowing the people different aspect of the peoples that how they take the astronomy, how they take the astronomy. So we are going to conduct the talk so and what they feel about the astronomy, what is the astronomy in their in other aspect. We're going to know about that, and we'll be conducting the different webinar session which will be helping other peoples to understand the astronomy very easily. And like today we are going to have the astrophotography session with Miss Monisha Dua, the astrophotographer of Nepal, and we'll be conducting this program tonight up to in daytime it's 3 p.m. of in the this GMT time. And first of all, increase the interest of exploration to all the peoples. First, we will be focusing to the young people because if you have the interest in astronomy and since young, then you can do much more things. And as like me, as like example is just me, I have the interest in the astronomy since 9 years. So I have a passionate, I have a plan to do a lot of things. So if I dream when I will be young, then when I'm young, then I can plan up and work on it and do a lot of works. And yeah, first alien dreams to have the laboratories in Nepal and the telescope ability in all the provincial state. And we'll be organizing all this observation program monthly or occasionally and collecting the peoples physically after this COVID. And now we are conducting the program just virtually. So after this COVID and all this, we're going to conduct our programs physically. And for that, to make more outreach, we'll be making the school club, and that school club will make more outreach of our program to more people and connecting people together. And we are open for membership, and more than 100 plus people have already applied for that for membership. And now very soon we'll be uploading our membership that, and we'll be working together all together from all around the Nepal. And yeah, so I want to say imagination has no limit. Just imagine a lot. You can imagine a lot. Imagination has no limit. Don't limit your imagination. And I also believe on that. I don't limit my imagination. I imagine, and just imagine has that wonder feeling. I think imagination has the wonder feeling that give you strength to do something new and something different, and you have the unique idea and you can work on that. Just imagination give that power. And I want to say, if you don't see the opportunity, then make the habit to build it. If opportunity does not knock, build a door. So yeah, I have get a lot of opportunity when I explore, but I think it's not enough. So me along with my friends created the Astronomy Enthusiast in Nepal student club to create the opportunity to other peoples. And just we want to make our other generation, our coming up generation, and our little sister, your little brother, and the other young peoples, that they will not be obsessed by the opportunity, and they will not be face any difficulty to find the opportunity in Nepal. So we'll be working on that personally, and I believe that if we don't work today, then we can expect from the other too. So start from us, start from yourself. And at last, I just want to say that live your dream. Live your dream. And I am living my dream, and it is just very fun. And I spend the all day just exploring about the astronomy, talking about the astronomy with different peoples, and understanding their different aspect, how they think, what the astronomy is. Yeah, and I just research and that what can I do to make more outreach of the program. And I imagine all day and this I write and want to work on that, and I'm planning, and it is going on and different so along with my friends, I'm just living my dream.
That is wonderful, Deepti. That is wonderful. Yeah, and you
Yeah.
are very inspiring for, you know, you're inspiring me, you know, so I think that everybody use their imagination and they should follow their dreams, you know. It's
Yeah,
very important, and everything is possible. It absolutely is. So,
main
mhm.
thing is just don't limit your imagination, because imagination you can imagine, and just you can make your imagination the strength of your life. So I believe don't limit the imagination. I imagine a lot, and just create this wonder world in my imagination and work on it, and want to do
Yes.
and physically too, not only in my wonder world in my dream.
I think that that those of us who have also followed their dreams more than maybe followed the money, because
Yeah.
you could think of trying to earn your way through life and trying to do what's going to make you more money somehow, but and you can certainly do that, but I
Yeah, I
would say
think this
that you'll have a
following
richer
your
life.
dream, yeah,
You'll have a
following
richer
your dream
life
is
chasing your
interesting.
dreams.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. And there's you know, another person that has been following her dreams and knows what she wants to do is Libby. And so we're gonna let Libby talk about her favorite subject, which is astronomy. This is astronomy. And she's on the planets right now. She's
yeah.
taking us through a voyage, planet by planet, through the solar system. Libby, where are you now? What planet are you
Well, it's
working
the
on now?
last known planet. Well, last planet. I mean, Pluto is a dwarf planet, so I mean, I'm not really counting that, but I will do something on Pluto. But we're really close to the back of the solar system, and I was wondering, like, how I know we're in the back of the solar system, but you never realize how far out we are from the sun. I see solar models a lot of the time, and some of them they're just like they don't show like actually how far away the planets are. So if Neptune is all the way out of the solar system, they won't show that. They'll just show the planet. It won't be in any order. It won't be like, okay, this planet is this many miles away or anything. But I was looking at a solar system model, and Mercury is like extremely close to the sun. Now you look all the way at Neptune, it's like a million bajillion miles away. Like it's huge. And I'm like, well, there has to be some way that the years are going to be longer. And that's because there's gravity and the sun's just pulling them around. The farther you go out, then the slower you're going to get. So it's 165 Earth years per one Neptunian year.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
Try
it'd be a
try
long
having a
time to have a
birthday.
birthday, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
you'll have one, and then you won't have one for
And that's it.
yeah.
That's it. If they can keep you
Celebrate.
alive that long. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
And Uranus and Neptune, like my two favorite planets, just because mostly of their color, they're beautiful. And I was trying to look at why this is like happening, and like all the chemical, like when they were talking about chemicals and stuff, when I was researching, I was like, this is kind of related to Jupiter and by a lot. It has hydrogen and helium, And stars are made out of hydrogen and helium. They just have to be big enough to fuse the hydrogen with the helium. So it's going to take a lot of pressure to build that up. And they called Jupiter the failed star because it was not big enough to fuse the hydrogen with the helium. And I started calling it mini Jupiter because if Neptune was big enough to be able to fuse the hydrogen with the helium, then it would be a star. It's crazy to think that some planet, is able to form a star. And I know there's lots of stars out there in the solar system, but solar system, like the whole universe, the whole Milky Way, like there's a lot. There's a crazy amount of stars. But thinking that there could have been one in our solar system really close to us, that would have been crazy. We wouldn't even be here. Neptune was a star. It was big enough to fuse the hydrogen with the helium. Then we would probably be burning hot. We would have two suns in our solar system. And let's just say humans would not be here for long. So I'm greatly happy that it is not big enough to fuse the hydrogen with the helium, because then it ignite into a star and we would be burning. Even though it's very far out into the solar system, it would not be that fun. There'd be planets colliding, because if you think about it, a star will make a solar system. Hopefully one day I'll have a solar system. Planets would be colliding because the solar systems are so close. So be grateful. It's not a big thing to notice that it has the hydrogen and the helium. But if you think about it far deep down, we're very grateful that it did not turn into a star. But the days are very fast. It spins extremely fast. But the years are like 165 Earth years. So, it doesn't really make a difference. But as a joke, try having a birthday. You'd have one and then you'd be dead.
You got to make
the
it a good
radius,
birthday party, right?
Yeah. You're going to have a lot of friends.
Right.
The radius is from the beginning of the planet, like the tiny little piece inside the planet, from all the way out. So like the layers out. And that is 15,299.4 miles is the radius of Neptune. And if you think about it, then 15,299.4, if there's another 0.6, then it'd be 15,300. And that'd be like perfectly leveled off, like a perfect. And I was kind of amazed by that. I was like, that is so close together. I'm like, I know this is a huge planet, but just like by 0.6, that would have been a perfect round off. And so since Neptune is so far away, it will take sunlight forever to reach Neptune. So it takes 8 minutes for sunlight to reach Earth. And I was kind of talking about this in my brother the other day. We were talking about light years, and he was like, okay, if that light turned on outside my apartment, I would probably see it in a couple milliseconds. And so I was thinking about this. And since Neptune is so far away, it's extremely far away from the solar system, it will take 4 hours for sunlight to get to Neptune. So if you think about it, if the light all the way down my street turns on, I'll probably see it in a couple milliseconds. Like, it's pretty cool to think about that, because things are happening faster over there, but you get them slower because it's kind of a hard concept to get over. It's kind of a hard thing to explain, but it takes 4 hours for sunlight to get there. And it is also a gas giant like Uranus. And I started to think in my mind that it was kind of Jupiter and Uranus kind of mixed together. I mean, it's a gas giant like Uranus, and it is also able to become a star like Jupiter. But I mean, I was also thinking about that gorgeous blue color because the planets that I've seen in the rest of the solar system, they're not a nice, like, deep saturated color. And Neptune is a very dark color, and I learned that was from methane. So it gives it that gorgeous blue color. And it also, another thing that relates to from Jupiter is the clouds. And I was like, well, I'm going to try and research a lot about the temperature. And scientists think that there's a sea of boiling water under the cold clouds. And I was like, that's weird. I was trying to take it in for a second because it's hard to think that, cold clouds and a sea of boiling water. I'm like, but what do the cold clouds rain? It was a hard thing to get over, but I was trying to look at the temperature and everything, and it's like, well, that's weird. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. I mean, a sea of boiling water.
Right.
I don't think that really comes too naturally.
Right. Libby, there's a lot of things in the universe that are, that are hard to grasp. The distances, the scale of things, how big things are, how tiny things can be, how weak forces can create big effects in the universe and that kind of thing. I have a question for you though. When you're confronted with these big concepts like this, that physicists have studied their whole lives and they're still studying it, they're trying to explain it or understand it on a fundamental basis. But when you're young and you're experiencing these things for the first time, do you feel intimidated by it? Do you feel afraid, or do you feel humbled by it? How do you feel?
Well, I mean, I'm the type of
When I tell
person
you
that
that if I was showing you a galaxy that's millions and millions of light years away, and maybe we're seeing an exploded star in there, and a supernova, and that supernova happened millions of years ago. How does something like that make you feel?
well, I'm the type of person that when there's a subject like about astronomy, I'm gonna learn it in like 15 minutes and be like a master pro at it. I'm the type of person that likes to be like, okay,
Got it.
whole thing, I've mastered this whole subject. I understand it. I'm perfectly good. But I have these moments where like sometimes if I'm like so astonished, I do this a lot when I see rockets. The first time I saw a rocket, I had this moment where I kind of fell back a little bit on my toes because I was like so excited. I look up and I'm like, whoa, that's huge. Back at space camp, I was really surprised because they had the real Saturn V rocket in there, and
Yeah.
I was under the around the engine and the under the capsule part, and I was looking at it because it was just dangling from the ceiling like an ornament in a Christmas tree.
Right.
and I was kind of like tripping back a little bit. I was like, this is crazy. They also have a model Saturn V rocket outside,
Hmm.
and it's extremely big. Like maybe an adult could fit in one of the boosters.
Right.
It's kind of those moments where I just fall back a little bit, but I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of them. It's just
Yeah.
I'm more astonished that there's a huge space shuttle right in front of my face that I'm standing under than
Yeah.
than afraid that it might follow me. Because like I love seeing rockets. I mean, thinking that thing went out of our solar system and went like a lot of miles, like all the way out of our Earth, and taking astronauts doing like history and stuff, I kind of had that moment where I stepped back. Or if I discover a star and it's huge, I kind of step back. I'm like, well, that's that's too big. It's too big. But when I get in the concept of like this is big and everything, then once I've learned it a couple times, I've kind of gotten used to it, and I'm used to standing under a huge rocket engine and a space shuttle from space camp. It was huge.
Right. And you wear, so it's you're very comfortable with it. It's like you're wearing very comfortable clothes. And I might add, you have a beautiful shirt on there. Somebody was talking about this in the audience, so you are all about the stars. And it's wonderful to hear your talks, Libby. We will, we'll be looking forward to your next talk as well. Is there anything else that you'd like to talk about with Neptune at all? Did you want to share something else, or?
It actually has 14 moons, and that's another thing that relates to Jupiter. And Jupiter is my favorite planet. I mean, before I started interest in space, I wanted to be a storm chaser.
Yeah.
I've gone to colleges where they'll have like a storm chaser, like a full college thing. And there's like a bunch of older guys sitting there learning about storms, but I'm also in the back, like learning too, like taking notes. So I was also like happy because like this is like the sister to Jupiter, but it's a little bit smaller. It's mini Jupiter.
Mini Jupiter. That's right. Yeah. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jupiter is my inspiration too.
You're my inspiration.
Yeah. Well, that's wonderful. Well, Terry, we've come to you, and the Astronomical League. Every episode of the Global Star Party, the Astronomical League joins us, and they are the ones that sponsor the door prizes that we give away on this program. And one of the things I wanted to mention is the commitment of the league to continue on to do these things. We will have another Global Star Party, the Asian edition, which starts at 6 o'clock in the morning here. Okay. And so I had offered that the league representative that would come on could, pre-record it, and then I would just run that recording so that they would have a normal night's sleep. But apparently Chuck Allen, who's going to be doing this, said, "Oh no, I'll just stay up all night, okay, so that I can be there in the morning for you guys." So that's I think that's really amazing. The league has done so much over the 75 years of its since its beginning, and to me it seems like it's just getting started, because they have an amazing executive group that also includes Terry Mann, and they're looking ahead to the future of conferences, the future of amateur astronomy, the future of their observing programs and their awards. So a very, very vibrant organization with tons of experience. If you don't already belong to the Astronomical League, you need to join, no matter where you are in the world. And Terry, how long have you actually worked with the league? How many years has it been?
Oh, wow. Probably about 20, something like that.
Yeah, that's a commitment right there.
Yeah,
that is a commitment.
I remember going to my first league convention. I believe I was in Rockford. And it was shortly after that I joined the officers. I ran for an office and was elected. And I've been involved ever since then, off and on in different areas and just doing different things. And it's right now, and we're experiencing the same thing you were talking about. There's a lot of people right now new to astronomy coming into the league, have a lot of questions, especially when the holidays are coming up. You know, what type of telescope to buy, and especially this year with everything going on, astronomy, I think, has been the one thing that has helped pull families together to get them out in a campground or out under the sky. You know, they can do their social distancing, they can still have fun learning something, or they can just kick back on a blanket with binoculars and look. It's something that we are really seeing people being very active right now.
Right. Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah, definitely. So we're, like you said, we're kind of looking ahead at doing some online things here in the next couple months with the league. We got all kinds of stuff that we're really working on right now.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad of it. So let's see. We start off with the questions and answers and the winners from last Global Star Party. So let's dig into this.
Let me get back to the beginning here. And we always just show a warning about the sun, that if you're using any type of telescope, just make sure you definitely have it filtered if you're looking at the sun. And so I'm going to start with the answers to my questions from last week. My first question was, what sky event is the highlight of December? And what is the closest event of this type since that year? And it is the Great Conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn on December 21st. And this is the closest conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn since the year of 1623.
Holy smokes. Wow, that's great.
Yeah, this is kind of a must-see thing to me. If it's cloudy here, I'm going to go where I can see, if at all possible.
That's right. That's right.
And, our winner is Andrew Corkill.
Congratulations, Andrew.
All right. Our second question was, what is the origin of Saturn's E-ring? Well, the E-ring owes its origin to the tiny ocean world Enceladus. And the winner of that question is James Hubbard.
All right. Congratulations, James.
Third question was, what date and year was the first ever photograph of the moon's far side taken, and by what space probe? This is the actual copy of the picture of the moon that was taken on October 7th, 1959 by the space probe Luna 3. And the answer, or the winner, is Clinton Fleming.
Congratulations, Clinton. Yeah, just, I mean, 59, so we got 69, 70, we got 60 years ago. What an amazing difference in photography technology and everything, just in that short span within one person's lifetime. We've gone from this to really like 4K, super high resolution imagery, plus images taken right on the surface itself. So
yeah,
it's amazing.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I looked at that the first time and thought, wow. You kind of step back and think about that being the dark side or the far side of the moon.
Yeah.
Taken back in 59. I think that's amazing. The technology we've came up with is even more amazing.
It is. It is. It's a nice benchmark.
And so the questions for this week.
Okay. So before we get started, you are going to, the questions will be answered by sending in an email to Explore Alliance at explorescientific.com. I will put it down here in the chat. If I can only spell. Here we go. Explore Alliance at explorescientific.com. When you answer these questions, being that we're simulcasting and that different channels broadcast sometimes just a few seconds before the other one does, what we're doing is we're taking all the correct answers that are sent to us in email, and then we are randomly picking a winner out of that group. You can be from anywhere in the world. We will ship the prizes to you anywhere. Those prizes are submitted by our prize partners, which include Gary Palmer Astronomy, the Vacuum of Space Astro Gifts, Explore Scientific, and I believe there's one more, and I think that I'm. Oh, it's the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, MSRO science.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going
That's
to remember,
right.
Scott.
That's right. I was like, what? Okay.
Yeah.
So anyhow, but we will be selecting those prizes for you also at random, and but good luck. So here we go.
All right. The sun is the heart of our solar system. It is more than 300,000 times more massive than Earth, and it's 864,400 miles in diameter. The sun holds what percentage of the mass in the solar system?
Okay.
Question 2. Who was the astronomer to first name the northern lights the aurora borealis?
Ah, okay.
And 3. What is the green glow in this image called?
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that's it.
Beautiful. Terry, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, let's see. Who do we have on who's come on with us? We've got our astronomers as Cesar Brallo from Argentina. We've got Jerry Hubble from Virginia. Richard, I forget, you're in outside of Baltimore, Boston?
Annapolis, Maryland.
Annapolis,
just
Maryland.
A little below Baltimore here out on the Chesapeake Bay.
That's right. Okay. All right. So we're going to take a little 10-minute break and we'll come back with the astronomers. Caesar, you're up next. I know that you've been working hard all day long and it's late there. So we'll let you share the stage there and then we'll move on to Jerry and back to Richard. Okay. So, but I want to thank you, Deepti, for also being together with us. You're welcome to stay if you'd like, and hang in there. And we'll see. I'm expecting a couple of more astronomers to log on a little bit later, including Jason Gonzalez, who thought he might be able to make it this time. If he doesn't show, I'm going to share an image that he sent out through social media, which is just absolutely mind-blowing. So give us a few minutes and we'll be back. Well, hello everybody. We're back from break here. You're watching the 19th Global Star Party. With me tonight are astronomers from Northern and Southern Hemisphere. We've got Cesar Brolo watching. Deepti Gautam is still with us. She's all the way in Nepal, which is really cool. She gave a great talk. Jerry Hubble's in Virginia. Jason, I forgot where you live exactly. Is it in Michigan? Is that right?
Michigan, yes.
That's right. Okay. Something stuck in my mind there. For Caesar, it's late where he is. I think it's after 11 o'clock at night. He's had a hard day at work. He's preparing for the eclipse, that's going to be happening. Right? Yeah?
Yes.
So that's... it's such a massive thing going on, and you've got the pandemic to worry about, social distancing to worry about. How's it going? How is this expedition planning going?
Well, actually, we are officially chosen to go. Our company is Araco Optics. We are going to accompany to Valcheta officially because we are in the we call node of observation nodes, where you have Viedma, you have Las Grutas, Sierra Chica, Valcheta, where we are going. Piedra del Águila, and a lot of places more in the line of the path of the eclipse. And of course, that we don't have expect 2 weeks ago to be open until the time of December, but actually only few days ago we received officially the news that we are open. The province we call provincias to similar to states in the US. Rio Negro province will be open for business from the 8th December 8th, and we are going. We start to prepare all things so fast as possible because we need to prepare equipment, the trip, because it's like 16. I think that is in miles is about 600, 700 miles. From Buenos Aires to Las Grutas is the first point, maybe 100 miles more from Las Grutas to Valcheta, because we choose, we was chosen because we will again the support for the transmission for TV from our observation node, and we need to get the filters for the TV, the same work that we made in San Juan last year. But of course, absolutely yes. But we don't this time we don't prepare the telescope for public observation, because the idea is don't touch a lot of telescope from the people, if not use only transmission in big screens in the place, and the people have their goggles to watch solar goggles or solar shades, sorry, to watch the eclipse. Actually, we are manufacturing solar goggles, and it's a nightmare because all people start to make the orders now, and we are at only 39 days. I remember your neighbor, yes, in the clips of the pictures in yes, where we will go into this very strong work. I finished today. I finished at 10 o'clock p.m. I
Yeah.
leave my office, and I say, okay, I have the Zoom. I go into my home so fast as possible and prepare the telescope in the balcony, you know. But and I have actually another strong work with, with the solar observatory in the city near to Buenos Aires, the city of San Miguel, where we are restoring and start to recovering. Actually, we are studying all the things that are available to repair, who is okay, who need, and we, if you like, I can show you the last discover that we have, because we could open another door of an observatory.
Okay.
And we discover another instrument. I can show you let me share the screen. Yes, I have news. another.
You didn't know
yes.
it was there. Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the observatory.
Yes,
you're trying
the
to.
big one is yes. You can see. Okay. Well, for example, we found this, that is a Herschel filter, but you have a capacity of regulate. This is a car size instrument, very very nice. This is from the big one telescope that is really damaged.
Okay.
And well,
wow.
I have a lot of work cleaning this, but it's okay. Is
this a Zeiss? Is Zeiss
yes,
Herschel
yes,
wedge?
yes.
So
it's
Herschel
a
wedge.
shell
Wow.
well. It's a shell well because it's amazing Herschel rotating prism. You can regulate the yeah. Come on, it's an amazing piece of art, really. A filter wheel, maybe one, a 500 pounds filter wheel,
Oh my gosh.
Amazing, yes.
How large is this filter wheel?
No, it's not so much. It's around 6-7 inches, no more.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's yeah. No, but it's really heavy because it's
heavy. Okay.
Yes, it's
Right.
not for a small telescope.
No.
And this is this picture is okay. We opening another dome because we are every week when we have the permission to visit another place, or we have the keys. Every week is a surprise. It's very interesting, and we found that this telescope is still working, and we watched last Friday. We watched the four solar dots. Because the first of all, here do you have a filter but in this time the filters of glass have the darkness. Sorry, in my English I cannot describe, but the idea is that in the mass of the glass, they put the pigment that filter in the glass. It's not something like a layer. If not, it's inside the glass, the glass, in the mass of the glass. Yes.
Some filtering material or pigment.
Absolutely.
To color the glass itself.
Yes, the color of the glass.
Is this to reduce? Is this to reduce chromatic aberration?
I don't know, because first of all, I think that I could see, but first of all, it's not the objective. Okay, no, it's a filter. You can remove. Unfortunately, it's broken. The filter. The filter is flat and parallel.
Okay.
The filter have 1 inches thick.
1 inch. Oh wow.
1 inch. 1 inch
So
of,
it's like a big
dark glass.
Window.
Yes, and have some scratches, and it's broken in part, but still working because I when I found the eyepiece, is a big piece. Maybe I thought that is a 52 millimeters.
Yeah.
Maybe a type of Kellner eyepiece, and separately do you have the 3 elements for the objective. Here maybe in this and this, do you have maybe do you know, because you are optician like me, and maybe more instrument than that, sometimes when you use here for photography, here do you have a different correction for chromatic aberration that for the visual. And this is for visual because we found that this is only to make to put the plate, in the past. I'll show you in another picture. This is maybe 6 inches. Maybe it's less than maybe 4 inches, and here do you have a 6 inches refractor apochromatic objective, because I found that it was all size. The system is size completely, and well, this is part of the dome because I sometimes I think that I crazy because I go to the yes. As I made domes in Argentina many times in aluminum, of course that this is part of my work to watch or to see if this is enabled to work. Here do you have? I don't know if I can. Yes. Here is the filter that I tell you. You can remove this and uncover this, and you can see inside the objective. And here do you have different system, and here is the place. Here do you have an opening and close the path of the light, like in obturadores in Spain. When you have your the piece of your camera that open and close. Well, have here this mechanism. Yes, the shutter. Closes. Sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Shutter. Yes.
Yes, and we think that we love to repair the photographic telescope.
Yes.
This one is so precise that we can put the CCD here, and of course that I think that we can change the filter for a new one, because it's not a problem to change today a flat and parallel filter, like Southern Oaks or a good quality filter, not a Mylar, of course. And here we have the idea to use this to practice. That is a wet plates, collodion plates.
The collodion plates. Okay.
Yes, it's very interesting because
so this was for collodion plate.
Yes, and we love to make this again. Sure, in Buenos Aires, the people they have a very similar telescope, but not for solar. But they use still use today because it's a very very fun, very very funny practice.
Yeah, yeah.
They make their own wet collodion plate and they take pictures of the moon, a beautiful picture of the moon.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, the association, Asociación Argentina Amigos de la Astronomía en Buenos Aires, and they have a similar telescope, and actually they make their own plates, and we love to make this for this telescope too, because it's, you know, for kids, for we can invite to the students to prepare their own wet collodion plates.
Yes. Caesar, when you start making wet collodion plates, I want one. I want a picture of the moon. I think that would be amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's very special. Look the scale of this. Here is my friend, and this is the director of Bellavista and Cosmos, the associations that are working to recover the entire observatory. The bad news of is that we unfortunately we need to move 100 meter this observatory because it's in a place that will be sold. Is for sale for you know for to build homes, and we need to move to the big tower, near to the big tower that I showed the last week of the Celestos. And we have a lot of work in the future because you know that move this and construct. Of course, that we can recover entirely the dome, but the building we need to make another one equal to this. Well, you know, we have a lot of work in the future. Well, this is part. Sorry. You tell me if this is the mechanism of the shooter.
Yes.
Here do you have another filter wheel?
Yeah.
Well, we have a lot of work.
And of course, have a lot of work.
Yes. Yes. I promise that I'll send you the next time a place where the people can make donation, helping, or we are working on this too. This is the size.
This is all worth. This is worth preserving, and you know it is. You know, it's an amazing facility, and just to see it go to waste and deteriorate is really not fun. You know, this was a place of inspiration and learning, and can still be a place of inspiration and learning, but it needs a lot of work. You know, so yeah.
Yes, a lot of work. We one of the pieces. Look this. Another place that we go is a Lyot monochrome telescope, but really is a very big H alpha telescope. It's this that appears like a gun.
Yeah,
is a professional H alpha telescope.
Oh, wow.
This is the most problematic thing to move. Well, this is of course that all of this is a project for the next year, of course, but this year we are working in present the project, and you know the budget of this is the most important.
Yes.
The Lyot, this Lyot was from. This is something that we can make in another telescope.
Yes.
Like something like a cross here. This was the last Friday. It was very, very interesting.
Very interesting. Cesar, thank you so much. For
it's a pleasure, really. Later I can show you. I have in my screen a little of Mars in monochromo, if you like, in my telescope.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to you. Thank you, Susan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
Beautiful.
to get me share this, because it's very interesting for us.
Sure.
We are really excited to work in this project.
Right. Right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's take a short moment here and with Jason Gonzal. I wanted him to show. I was going to show it, Jason, your image of the sun that you did and that you were sharing, and then I'd like to come back to you for a little bit more time. But
okay. Yeah, whatever you want to do. If you want to share it, that's fine. Or I have it. I can pull up.
Let's see it. Let's see it. I was just amazed. I was enthralled. This image of the sun has got to be one of the best images I've seen, professional or amateur. It's really amazing.
Let me get it pulled up here. Is that coming through?
Whoa!
Oh yeah. Yeah, this looks better than shag carpet. This is there's really
some groovy
no other
carpet.
way to describe it. You know, it's so much detail. Maybe you can take us through it a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Jason.
funny. I shared this, and the biggest comments I got were it either looked like a tabby cat or a golden retriever or a shag carpet.
Yeah. Right.
And a lot of people want to pet the sun now, apparently. But yeah, so this is the sun in hydrogen alpha, and this is the sunspot group. I got it labeled there in the bottom corner. It's AR 12779. So this was moving across the sun last week, and it just rounded the corner on the 31st, which is Saturday, which is the day I took this. And was just kind of, going around the edge. And the cool thing when an active region goes around the limb of the sun is you get a lot of, even if there's not big prominences hanging off, you get a lot of activity in the chromosphere. So, I was able to highlight that with some of these streamers here low in the chromosphere. And then, this is the active region, the bulk of it, or what was left of it there. But so this is in a hydrogen alpha light, which is, I'm using a monochrome camera, and hydrogen alpha is in the deep red end of the spectrum. So this is colorized after the fact just to give a pleasing image. But yeah, I was really happy with how this turned out, and the detail and all the spicules as they're, these plasma features here. And this was shot with AR 152 and the Daystar Quark chromosphere.
Yeah, I'm just amazed at the ability to get this kind of detail with equipment that is arguably nowhere up near the level of a professional instrument. But Jason, I looked through. I was at Haleakala one time, and they let me look through the solar telescope visually. Okay, in H alpha up there, and I did not see this level of detail. This is just incredible. I mean, just incredible.
There's certain advantages to, I've looked through solar telescopes myself, and the visual experience is one heck of a lot different than what a camera can bring you. Number one, when you look at hydrogen alpha light, it's the human eye is doesn't discern details that deep into the spectrum very well. At least my eye doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the reasons I like taking the pictures is because you get the opportunity, to have a little bit of fun with them afterwards, to kind of to tease those details out.
Now, how much work is this for you to get?
Yeah, I mean the
where this is.
not as much as deep sky, I guess, if that's a fair answer. You know, I can generate one of these images. All right. Well, I mean, if you want to talk about the whole process, you know, there's an afternoon of recording images that went into this.
Yeah.
And I recorded, I think, 200 some videos of the sun, each one containing thousands of frames. I think I summed it up and I took about 300,000 pictures of the sun that afternoon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I threw almost every single one of them out. Actually, you know, 299,999 of them out to get this one. But
right.
You know, you have to wait for the conditions to be good. So, I mean, that's definitely one of the limiting factors. Shooting the sun through any telescope is, you know, if the conditions aren't good, you're not going to get a great image. And so you have to wait till the atmosphere is very still. And, you know, for a brief moment of time, that's what I got. So, you know, after I've got that video recorded, you know, stacking a single video like that doesn't take, you know, much more than 5 minutes. And then off the processing, and you know, I've got pretty repeatable steps here, and you know, just, you know, maybe an hour of playing around with it, you know, after the fact. So it definitely doesn't take as long as deep sky imaging. The main challenge with doing solar imaging is how hard it is on hard drives and and computer resources. I've got an external hard drive here sitting next to me that I've been using, you know, over the last week, and it's 8 terabytes, and it's almost filled up now. You know, after just using it for like a week.
Wow. You know, Jason, it's really spectacular. It is, you know, I don't know if you have images that you consider to be masterpieces, but I consider this to be one of your masterpieces for sure.
Well, thanks for that. You know, it definitely
really amazing.
Seems to have struck a chord with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah.
That is beautiful. Can I ask him what type of camera he's using, or what camera he used?
Yeah, this is the ASI 174 camera.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, the advantage to that camera is that it shoots, it's not necessarily a very high resolution camera. It's got large pixels and a decently large sized chip for, you know, a planetary astro camera. And the combination of those large pixels and the large chip gives you really great recording of surface. You know, that camera excels on solar and lunar capturing, because you can capture frames really fast over the whole surface of the chip. So, you know, I can record this is recorded at 128 frames per second.
Wow.
Global
Is that a
shutter
mono
too.
camera?
What's that?
Is that a mono camera?
It is a mono camera, yeah.
I believe that's a global shutter too.
Yeah, it is. And I've got, I was just working on, this was actually from today.
Wow.
Oh, crap. I didn't mean to close that. But
you can see that.
let me see if I can get this back up here.
Now, David said he counted 31 sunspots today. Is there a bunch of, is that a chain of sunspots, or?
Yeah, so this is the active region that just came around the opposite limb of the sun. So it just came into view.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an inverted look. And the reason why I invert it is it helps you see the chromospheric details pretty well. If you don't invert it, the plasma that's above the photosphere actually looks dark against the background. And by inverting it, you take the chromosphere and you make it brighter than the photosphere behind it. So it allows you to see, you know, the brighter regions here would be higher altitude off the photosphere, so you can begin to see some nice depth. Looking at it this way, the only drawback to looking at a sunspot inverted is the sunspot becomes bright and it looks pretty unnatural, but it's definitely an interesting active region that just popped around the corner. So I shot, I think, about 100 frames of this one today, so I can sequence those into a video. I actually have a video here I can show. Maybe. Oh yeah, here you go. So this is the same sunspot that we just looked at here. This is the video of it 2 days prior. Yeah, let me see if it'll play here. Yes, this is 2 hours of motion of that active region.
Yeah.
It's just rocking back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
The natural motion of the active region is towards the limb of the sun here. I'm just rocking it back and forth because it kind of helps your eye track movement.
Sure.
But I mean, this is a good demonstration of how much seeing can change during a session. You know, it fades in and out, and you get some really nice detailed images, and then you get a bunch of garbage in the middle. But once you string them together, if you play it back fast enough, the eye kind of smooths over all the
it does.
Blurry ones, and you can kind of see the movement there.
Mm-hmm. No, that's beautiful. Wow. At times it just really pops, you know, so.
Yeah, and you can see like there's a, you know, a nice, I don't know if you'd call this a flare, but a finger that reaches out of the active region here.
Yeah.
And that group over to the left is pretty interesting.
Oh yeah. Beautiful. Amazing. Jaw-dropping. Stunning.
It's nice to have active sun again. It's been so boring for the last year.
For a long time. Oh yeah, for a long time. That's right. Let me ask you a question, Jason. Based off of the ability, the skill level of astrophotographers now that are able to really kind of, you know, ferret out the details of you know, the sun or any object that they might be photographing, you know, they've taken it to, you know, you and, you know, other experienced astrophotographers have taken imaging to a level that really is unprecedented. Even though the sun is not what I would call super active, you know, I remember back in 1991 seeing a incredibly active sun. Okay, you're able to pull out images that are still, you know, heart-stopping, incredible. But there's, compared to like some of these really active times, you know, it's you know, the sun is not being so spectacular itself. What is the question I want to ask you? It is, you know, do you think astrophotographers are having to work that much harder to bring out the information that people want to see in an object like the sun, or is this is the software and the equipment catching up, or is it a combination of the two? You know, I mean, you're at the bleeding edge of this. So what can you tell us as far as being an astrophotographer and having great software to work with? Because I think the software is better.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, and the cameras.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that there's more tools at our disposal now to you know, enhance the details, and astrophotography software has come a long way. Traditional photography software has come a long way. You know, they've got, you a lot of advancements in image processing, and that allows you to really pull out the micro level contrasts in the image, and that's what makes it pop visually. And I think, yeah, I mean, it's a combination of quote unquote working harder, which is using more advanced tools and
I guess my question is, yeah, now that you have these kind of tools where you can get in and really attenuate fine contrast and fine details and stuff like that, are the image processors, the people that, I mean, you're doing all of it. You're grabbing the data, you're doing the image processing and all the rest of it. But as an image processor, are you having to work harder because you can work harder at it, or is it easier, do you think, or what? How do you feel? I mean, to get the best stuff, to get the best stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I spend a lot of time and resources trying to capture these images. So I feel like, I mean, my philosophy is, I want to do it justice. I want to, reveal what's there to the best of my ability, and
Right.
I kind of feel like I owe it to the image if I spend all that time collecting it. It's kind of a bummer when you can look at any HA hydrogen solar monitor, like they have websites that show the activity on the sun today, and it's been so boring for so long. So you see like an active region come across the sun, and you've got all the solar imagers like going crazy trying to capture every moment of it. But I think over the next couple of years, when we start getting into the solar maximum, it's going to be you're going to see some amazing images come out. I think like this solar cycle coming up, the image processing and the image capture techniques have come so far that it's probably going to blow away everything that we saw before in the last solar cycle.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I believe you're right.
Hey, Scott, I've got a couple comments about that.
Okay.
I think the tools, the cameras and the speed of the tools, especially the real short exposure times and the number of the storage space needed, has become available over the last 2 or 3 years to where, this is kind of a form of lucky imaging where we're ferreting out these perfect frames out of all the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of images to combine statistically into the very best image as possible. So the more time and the more data you can get statistically, Jason is ferreting out these really excellent frames, that these fleeting moments that everything comes together with the seeing in the sky and everything else. So I think that's the main improvement that we've had in terms of planetary, lunar, or solar imaging type stuff. The technology that we can throw at this problem or process has come a long way in terms of performance, and I think Jason's taken excellent advantage of those tools, and presses them to the limit. When you're thinking about 300,000 frames of data, hundreds of gigabytes of data, in an afternoon, that's pretty amazing. I know I've done 30 gigabytes a night of lunar imaging, and that to me was a huge amount of data, but it's nothing like this that Jason is talking about. He's brought it up to another level.
Yeah,
so I think that's a big part of being able to, that coupled with, the like Jason said, the new tools and new ways of processing. But I'm not taking away, Jason's is a highly skilled astrophotographer. He knows how to set these software programs up to get the data he wants, the very best of it, and process it. So as a combination of both of those things.
Process with you last night, Jerry, just setting up everything is really giving me a level of appreciation. It's given me a level of appreciation to, of what the kind of dedication that it takes. I think that once you're on a path, though, and you've got, clear idea of where you're going, it is just a matter of time until, that you're going to collect out the right images and process them in a way that that can give you a result like this. But I'm still, I am in awe. I really am.
I've definitely, as I've gotten more into planetary or solar imaging like that, I found that it's almost a matter of, you find something that works and it sends you down a path, and you keep refining and fine tuning and improving any aspect or any part of it that's deficient. You pretty much you start honing in on getting some really excellent data out of a system or parts that initially didn't give you the same results. I've been using this system for quite a while now, solar imaging, and I can look at my progression over the last 2 years doing it, and it's a steady improvement. But what's actually changing there is mostly my ability to work with the data, because the equipment has stayed largely the same. Processing tools have changed a little bit, but my ability to optimize that system is really what's changed, and been able to improve my ability to produce better and better images.
Right. It reminds me, Jason, of the years that I spent working and learning the zone system. So, as a teenager, I was corresponding with Ansel Adams. I was shooting large format cameras, going ultimately up to an 8x10, and doing all on film. And this is regular photography, but we learned sensitometry. I had to make math sensitometer. We're making transmission measurements of the negative and calibrating our films and calibrating our chemicals and all the rest of that stuff. It wasn't just taking an image. It was diving deep into printing and all of that stuff. And I see that. I appreciate what you're doing here, because to achieve this kind of stuff is very, very similar to the kind of discipline that it took Ansel to create those masterpieces. So there's a lot of work that goes into something like that, and you're to be really congratulated. That's fantastic. It is.
I appreciate that. Thanks for having me on too, and giving me the opportunity to share it.
It was great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's go around to. We've got Jerry, I think, with some live images. I think Richard has a better image capture of M31 right now. You want to show us what you have, Richard?
We got M33, not M31, and I finally figured out how to change some of my white balance stuff in here before we hit the screen stretch.
Right.
So for a 10-minute sub, straight in sharp cap, I'm pretty happy. I think something changed, and I've been messing around with trying to get rid of colors that were in the camera post-processing. I think I just figured out a way to adjust some of them going in on the front end, because it doesn't look blue like Andromeda did. So I'm pretty happy with that. I can't cut any more green out of it, so I got it about as good as I can get for that. But for one sub straight and sharp cap, I am using the auto stretch feature. I tweaked it around a little bit, but I mean, all right, that looks almost as good as my last triangle image that I published.
Beautiful. Sharp. Stars are tracked perfectly. Looks very good.
It's zoomed in too, and that's one of your ED80s.
Oh, wow. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. You can see the spiral arms go way out there, actually. So
Yeah. I mean, if I stacked up a few pictures, I'm sure it would be great. But like I said, we're just playing around so we can show as much as possible tonight. So thanks for letting me share that real quick. And I think I'm going to go off to the Pleiades.
okay, all right. Thank you, Richard. That's
Yep.
great.
Back to you.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's go back to you, Jerry. Let's see what's going on at the MSRO.
So I started up the MSRO. We've got, I'll share my desktop, and then the thing to notice here, and is I'm got it trained on. Can you see that? I've got it trained on M74 in Pisces.
Right.
And
Oh, wow.
you can see the dome. You can see the picture of the observatory. You can see the sky, how bright it is. That's because the moon is coming up, and it's going to get really bright. But this is a 3-minute. The one I'm showing there is a 3-minute image that I just took about 5 minutes ago, and you can see this is an uncalibrated, so you can see the vignetting. The sky background is really bright here in this image, but you can definitely see the spiral structure of that. And this is actually, I did a Google or a Wikipedia on this object, and I came up with this description here. That
right, it's called the Phantom Galaxy.
Phantom Galaxy, and it's considered one of the hardest. Well, it's a low surface brightness, makes it most difficult Messier object for amateur astronomers to observe in the eyepiece. I assume that's what they're talking about there in the eyepiece.
Sure.
So it's a fairly dim galaxy, and in fact, I think I can get some on my chart. I've got some information about it also. You can see it's here in Pisces. It's getting ready to cross the meridian. We're about 13 minutes away.
Oh, yeah. Right. So you're about to do a meridian flip on your telescope.
Right. So I'm going to see. What does this say? So the brightness it's 14th magnitude. Okay. So that's pretty dim. And this is only a 6.5 inch scope. This is 6.5 inch scope, but you can see how sensitive the camera is to be able to bring out this kind of detail. This is a single image. Yeah. And you can see how bright the internal, the center of the galaxy is. But these spiral arms are, probably 16th magnitude surface brightness.
Yeah, they're very faint.
So that's pretty good. But you can also see the sky, the moon. This is why deep sky people don't like the moon, because of this problem. I don't consider
the moon
myself
gets a bad rap because of that. So
yeah, I don't really consider myself a deep sky imager per se. I'm more into science stuff, but it's always good to understand the limitations of this. And you can see how nice the stars are, around with a 3-minute image. This is using telescope drive master, no auto guiding on this image. It's really nice feature of the observatory. Oh, you can see here, I don't know if you can bring that out or see that. Let me go to the 100% view. See this big dust spot right here?
Yeah.
That's a dust mote on a refractor. That's what doesn't look like a donut, of course, because there's no central obstruction.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one of the, this is why you do flat fields to normalize all this noise and all this response and correction for the for the data. So that's what I've been messing with the last few minutes. It's getting ready to do a meridian flip. So I'm probably going to wait for that and then start a run on this object. 3-minute images, probably an hour's worth, just to see what I can get.
So this is 32 million light years away.
Right, 32 million light years away.
That's far. Yeah.
Yep. So let me. That's kind of
So it says here on Wikipedia, it says the large angular size of the galaxy and the face-on orientation makes it an ideal object for professional astronomers who want to study spiral arm structure and spiral density waves. 100 billion stars in that galaxy.
100 billion. So all in one little smudgy light blob.
Give or take a few million, right?
That's right. So it's hard for these alien civilizations in M74 to be grouped all
Right.
together like that.
Yeah, they look at the Milky Way and they go, okay, well now which planet are we going to go to?
Yeah, right.
Jeez. Pretty daunting.
32 million light years. That's quite a ways. So that's what I'm doing right
Very
now.
cool. Very cool. All right. How about you, Richard? Do you have any, are you grabbing more images here at this point, or?
I'm trying to, but I just had a minor technical difficulty. I'll definitely need a couple minutes and probably 10 minutes to sample.
All right. Okay.
But I have Mars.
How about you, Caesar? You got Mars there?
Yes, yes, I have
okay,
Mars.
Let's check it out.
Okay, I share. Okay.
Yep, please do.
Okay. Well, because we can start to say bye-bye to Mars, but actually it's okay. It's okay. I don't know how many seconds Earth have now, but I think that many people think that Mars is no Mars is a process.
Yeah, it's gone. It's done.
Yes. You need to I need to say to the people that say, oh no, don't forget Mars because it's near. Now we can have the opportunity because maybe this size is a normal approach. Maybe it's not a and actually the people forget the pictures of Mars, but many people are making an excellent image this last week because it's near at this time.
Yeah.
Sorry that I'm using a Azimuth mount now, not the Exos 100 that I have inside and have a lot of glitch. But it's okay. It's okay. It's something for fun, you know. It's no more than this.
Very nice. Very nice.
It's a simple image after the amazing pictures of the sun. You know. But the idea is ever make something from the places that normally people think that are impossible to make something of astronomy. Actually, maybe next week I try to make live image of the sky from here.
Right.
Maybe from Tarantula Nebula. I promise. I don't know.
All right, that's great. Okay. Do you guys want to go to a break right now? Do you want to show more images, or how do you want to go? You can do a 10-minute break if you'd like.
I got 8 minutes till I can share anything.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll take a little break. That's okay. And we'll come back in 10 minutes. All right?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yep. So how's it going?
Life is good.
Good.
Life's good, huh?
Watching the countdown. 13, 12, 11.
10.
Here it comes. It's going to pop up any second.
It's good. You got something already, huh?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna stop the intermission here. That's cool. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. Bring you in here. I like your little mission control that you got going here, Richard.
Thank you.
It's cool.
I've been working on it for a while, and
yeah.
I'm going to be moving in the spring summer, so I'm not trying to add too much to everything that's going on right now. But next year things are going to be a whole lot better in Bortle 4, not Bortle 6, and
right.
We're going to put a pipe in the ground and some good stuff. But let's see. Let's find this share screen button. Where is it?
Sure. Oh, very nice.
And we got the Pleiades with the 10-minute sub, and we're definitely starting to show some amp glow over here in the corner with that stretch for sure, without any subtracted files or anything. But we're definitely showing nebulosity. The Pleiades is cool. And during the break, I ran outside and I stood next to the telescope down by where it's pivoted on, and I looked over the top of the house and I said, oh, it won't be too long till Orion. I didn't know how many months would go by before we could get it on the star party, but if we hold out and party for like another half an hour, it can happen.
Right. It's beautiful. It's great.
Right on. Well, once again, I'm going to send it back to y'all.
Okay, well, let's do that. Oh, great. Well, we're kind of at the part of our Global Star Party where it's kind of free form. You guys can share whatever you want. If you have something to show, something you want to talk about.
Yeah, I've got, actually during the break, I went ahead and I had to do a meridian flip. So I went ahead and went to Mars first. So Caesar inspired me to go look at Mars like he did. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm using SharpCap right now to look at Mars. So can you see that?
Yep.
That's what Mars looks like in Virginia.
I got Mars from Michigan here.
We can compare from Buenos Aires to Virginia.
Yeah.
It's the same Mars.
That's the same Mars. That's right. It's
Does Mars know that everybody's looking at it, or?
Yeah, it's like right. It's like War of the Worlds. You know, if you would have believed that people are peering at from the depths of space, eyeing Mars, we've set our sights against it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They sent me a poster today of an old Mars Attacks movie.
Oh yeah, Mars Attacks. That's a cool movie.
I love it.
Nicholson and all those guys. It's a hilarious movie. It's funny.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's my Mars.
What do you think, Deepti? You think they're gonna find life on Mars? Don't know.
Microbial?
Yeah.
Yes, microbes. Maybe. I don't know. It's absolutely possible.
I think they're gonna dig in the mud. They're gonna find some wet mud, and I think they're gonna find some stuff. Whether it's fossilized or whether I think they're gonna find something. My own personal view about life on Mars is that it probably came from here. You know, we had a big asteroid impact, a bunch of bacteria and stuff, was viruses, whatever, thrown into space. Solar wind blows it out. Mars gets some of it. Okay, that's what I.
Or maybe with the curiosity.
Maybe.
Well, we put enough of those rovers down where if it wasn't there before, it's
Yeah, don't clean properly, and
if somebody sneezed on a rover, you know, when no one else is in, you know, in the room, they were there in their bunny suit and the, you know, clean room.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know.
They have the. I got a Mars here too, if you guys want to see it.
Yeah,
while we're talking about it.
Let's see it.
Is that coming through?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's very nice.
Now, okay, so you're using which telescope do you have? Right.
This is with a 12-inch Newtonian.
12-inch Newtonian. What is the effective focal length here?
6,500 millimeters.
Okay. Lots of image scale.
Yeah, that's different than mine. Mine is a standard Astrocam, so mine's only 850 millimeters f5.1, so that's a big difference.
Yeah, and plus I've got the ASI 183 camera, so the pixels are, you know, I think they're 2.4 micron.
Oh yeah.
It makes the planet pretty big.
Yeah, you can see some good detail popping out there every once in a
Yeah,
while.
that's infrared. We can look at it in the red filter here. My focus point's a little bit different. Let me switch this up. Yeah, my seeing's not the best, but
no, it looks great.
Looks great.
If we look at it with green or blue, you can start to see the ice cap down here.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is blue. And in blue, you can start to see the haze around the limb. You know, the limb looks brighter around the edges in the North Pole. I bet if we looked at, I've got a UV filter in here too. That'll bring out the clouds. You can see the clouds there.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Not much UV signal gets through on these cameras because they have a blocker.
I see.
So it's really grainy, but
Deepti, I promise that you'll be using our telescope very soon. We're making lots of headway with it, and now we just have to have a run of clear nights. So yeah.
So
I'm excited for that.
Beautiful. It is.
Yeah, that's great. Scott and I did a shakedown run of his system last night for 2.5 hours, and we got to where it was working pretty well, I think.
Right. I had Alex look at
last night. I watched
drive systems on.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yes. I went to you and Jerry trying, and I see. I was expected to see the focusing, you know, with the stars are making. It's every time is the first time when you try to make something, especially robotic, because it's all the system work together. I love this.
Yeah. I want to have a software interface though that Deepti and her team can use. You know, where it's not so difficult. You know, you know. So and I'm not sure what that interface is going to be like. You know, Jason, from your perspective, you know, we're using Nina right now, but it does not seem, you know. I mean, you would expect things to be on a certain dialog box or whatever, and it's just it's not there, but it's someplace else, you know. So you're kind of jumping around in the program, What do you think would be easiest for Deepti and her team to use?
We actually, Scott and I talked about this earlier today with the software, but Sequence Generator Pro is a really nice software to use. It's not free like Nina is, obviously, so you got some investment there.
It doesn't need to be free. I was half convinced to buy Maxim DL,
Yeah, I talked to Scott about Maxim DL because I like using it. I'm so used to it at the observatory. It's easy for me to go and directly and start the thing up in 2 or 3 minutes and get everything like I want. But it takes a little time to learn these programs. But Maxim DL is a professional. It's used in a lot of professional observatories. So it's been pretty. I mean, it's shaken down and it's almost 20 years old. I think 15 years old. So. It ought to work good. I mean, you're paying enough for it.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Sequence Generator Pro. I mean, I've used it for years, and it's reliable, and I'm comfortable using it. So it's hard for me to change. I've been wanting to try out some of these other software packages, but just haven't really gotten there yet.
Right.
I'd like to go back to my Mars for a minute. I adjusted the exposure.
Yeah, you guys are in control of the program right now. It's your star party.
So I adjusted my exposure, and you can see a little more detail in terms of the markings anyway. So I'm going to zoom up a little bit more on it. So there you go. So that's a full color image, and that's at about 0.9 arc seconds per pixel image scale. I think it's pretty good.
Nice being able to see it in color.
Yeah, it's not going to be like what Jason had, of course, because he's got such a much larger scope and much longer focal lengths. But again, I'm amazed that a deep sky camera that's configured, this system's configured for deep sky, that it can actually pull out this type of detail, with the planetary and lunar images. I do full disk lunar images with this system, and I like doing, finding that we can get craters down to 5 kilometers or less, on those images, and it's the whole moon. So it's like a survey of the moon every time I take a picture. In fact, this morning I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning doing pictures of the moon, full disk images of the moon with this system.
It's great.
Mm-hmm. So
you need like 3x Barlows though.
Well,
just one stacked on top of the.
We could make a little bit of trade-off. We could probably boost the focal length from 850 millimeters up to around 1200 or 1500 millimeters. To split the difference, the field of view on this camera, it's nice on this system. It's 1.3 by 0.9 degrees field of view, so you can get a good portion of the sky and still be critically sampled,
right.
Which is what I like. I like to be able to critically sample, but as big a piece of the sky as you can get, because it makes it easier to point, easier to find stuff. It makes the whole operation a lot more efficient.
You get one of those camera selectors on the back of that thing.
Yeah, get a camera rotator. That'd be kind of a cool instrument to put on. It'd probably weigh about 25 pounds or something, but
I've looked at those before. I think Optech makes one.
No, really?
It's like a 4-port. It's just got a rotating mirror in there that sends the light path off to different directions.
Well, that would be cool.
So you can put different cameras on the back of your telescope, and it's motorized and automated.
Right. So the that would work as long as you could, like I've got the field flattener focal reducer, the 3-inch field flattener focal reducer on this system that works looks great. I guess that you'd be able to put that on there with your deep sky camera, and then rotate around with your tele extenders on your planetary camera.
Mhm.
That would be pretty awesome, really.
So is that view there? Is that at that remote observatory, the Mark Slade?
Yeah, this is at the Mark Slade Remote Observatory.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. And here's what it looks like right now.
So you're just logged in remotely to it from there?
Yep. Yep. So let me bring that back up. I don't know if you can see. So there it is right there. You can see the moon starting to come up. See the.
Oh yeah. Right.
Let me make this bigger.
Something I wanted to say to the audience here. I put out a text there, but anyone that's interested in joining up with us on the Global Star Party and sharing your work, your images, if you have art, music, whatever, we're interested in having you participate. So send me an email. I'm going to give my email address out there, and we'll be happy to get you hooked up. It's a lot of fun. It's rewarding, and I think that it helps if you're someone that wants to learn how to do presentation. We'll get you on. You can see that we're not very hard on our guests. I don't beat our guests up or whatever. We encourage them to give their talks and stuff. And you'll have a global audience. We have people watching from all over the world. I get great comments from everywhere, so it's a lot of fun.
Yep.
It's great.
Yep.
I think, Jerry, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and buy the Maxim DL. Because I know that you know it so well. It's what I want to match, kind of what's going on at the MSRO, and
okay, yeah,
easier for you to show DP the whole system.
Sure.
Right.
Yep. No,
And DT, you'll be using some great software and working with somebody that is very good at doing science here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's where you want to go. Caesar, you look like you're like in a dark tunnel with blue glowing eyes.
Yeah,
Right?
the coating of my glasses. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, we make this coating that is the typical coating with a blue. It's something of ophthalmic, but it's interesting because do you remember
you
the
guys make
minus?
eyewear. Yeah.
Sure, it's a cutting of the blue, the quantity of blue that having LEDs screens. And the name of the filter is actually is a blue cat, blue out, blue blah blah blah, but it's yes, this filter really we know from a lot of time in astronomy like a minus B, but the short B, the B
Minus violet. Okay.
minus violet. Yes, and actually we put in the recipes of ophthalmology. We make this type of glasses to blocking the quantity of blue light from the LED system because they are not so dangerous for the vision, but the idea of LEDs, the quantity, the exaggerated of quantity of blue light in the LEDs illumination on the screen is that change your perception of the circadian, you know, the biologic clock.
Canadian.
Yes, yes. The excessive,
Yes, yes, yes.
the accident of of the blue. And this is
Right.
yes, it's something blocking, it's reflecting blue. It's working.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So, if you buy glasses, buy glasses through your business, is this less expensive than buying glasses like in the United States? Do you think? Same price?
It's the same. Yes, it's the same difference if you go to New York to making coins, optics. You know, because I know these guys, because they show you more different brands like Barilux. All that we use normally is very focused, and when you go to the very focus options, you are going to spend more money in any country. United States have a cheap option, and Argentina too. But when you go to the very focus, or you know, when change with the light of the sun, this type of filter, and you put money and money, like telescopes sometimes.
Like telescopes.
Yeah. And it's fun when I have in the same in my our in the same business, we have our customer of astronomy go coming to make the receipt for these glasses.
Right.
Because the glasses they say, okay, this is another part of your eyepiece.
That's
This
right.
is your most
This part right here is the most important part. For
yes, absolutely. I when I receive people that coming from astronomy, I have one of our customers is an excellent he work measuring and comparing variable stars only with watching without instruments, and his name is Sebastián Otero. He worked for the variable star American Variable Star Association.
The AAVSO. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And you know, when you make a glass for this guy, is because he have a very sharp. He need really a very sharp vision.
Yeah.
And you need to resolve the stigmatism, presbyopia, well, you know, myopia, all
the
the entire yes. Is they are the most our customers that came in from astronomy are the most when I make the refraction and try the glasses. Yes,
They got to be the most demanding. They got to be the most demanding.
Yes.
I
It's
want
where
this perfect. Yeah.
absolutely.
Right.
Yes. It's interesting working the both sides because ophthalmics is very interesting. It's where the image of the sky end in your retina. Yes, it's incredible.
That's true.
The photons hit your cones and bastones is in English. I don't remember the name of the cones. Is one of the cells. The another one for black and white. I don't remember. Bastones is in Spain, and I forget the name in English. Really, the photons from the sky that traveling maybe I don't know 1 million of years hit your retina. It's magic, really. Some magic.
Right. That's right.
It's amazing. It's really amazing.
So, Richard, do you have something else coming up? We're gonna make Richard do all the Mercier objects in one night that he can see.
Marathon.
Okay.
Well, honestly, when you originally told me about the star party, I kind of figured that was what it was going to be like.
Okay, well, we'll turn it into that.
But I like the overall. No, actually, I do have I have something I can show.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
This one I name Orion in the Trees.
Orion in the Trees. Okay.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay.
We got Orion here, still in the trees.
Right. It's like a bird in the trees. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's kind of upside down, it would look better in the trees if it were the other way.
Yeah,
at least.
no.
I've always thought it looked like a bird since the first time I saw it.
Oh yeah.
But I did want to say one other thing actually. One of my friends had a bonfire for Halloween. Some of the people that he works with. And I went up there and set up a telescope, and I'm glad I just took the little travel, the little whatchamacallit, Sky Guider or whatever, and took a little small Mac with it too. And it was funny because it was at least 90% cloudy. You know, one of those nights where I wouldn't have even bothered setting up more of the equipment just because. But because it was cloudy and the moon came out for like 3 to 4 seconds in between the clouds, it was hilarious to watch the excitement of people jump out of their chairs, run over the scope, look into it for 3 seconds, and then go back and sit back down. But
right.
I think because it was such a limited time to catch a view at something, it caused more excitement. And it was really cool. We all enjoyed our time doing that together.
I do find when I do outreach like sidewalk astronomy, that kind of thing, that you know, the most gratifying objects, of course, number one is Saturn. It really is. Probably number two has got to be the moon. If you are in a dark sky site, objects like M13, M92, M42, you know, these objects capture people's imaginations. If you can get them to stay at the eyepiece for a little while, okay, that right there, that's the, you know, now you're moving this person closer and closer to actually becoming, you know, they will tip over and go into where their minds, they become astronomers at that point, you know. So, but you have to take them in and carefully, without blowing them away with facts and figures or something that sounds really boring, but somehow making the universe come alive for them, you know, and personal for them. Then they can become very, very interested in diving into this personal exploration, this personal discovery situation where they really start becoming quite fascinated with seeing what they can see, what they can explore, you know. And it's actually quite joyful for me when I see people jumping into it. Sometimes they're too enthusiastic, and I start to see them where they want to spend a lot of money or something like that, and I'm like, whoa, you know, just take it, you know, throttle it back a little bit, enjoy every little piece of this, okay? Because you know, sometimes they'll spend a lot, or they'll jump in too deep or going too fast or something, and they don't, you know, they kind of burn out quickly, is what I would say. You know, and then
or
they're
maybe
out.
buy the wrong gear just because
Buy the wrong gear.
Nobody told them.
That's very true. So
my Mac ceased my my ownership that night too, because it did bring others to want to get into the hobby, and I guess that's the most important thing. But luckily, my friend, he wanted to, you know, mainly look at the moon and planets, and I was like, well, I mean, you know, a small little Mac's kind of the perfect thing. I mean, you know, especially you know, 100 millimeter size one or something. It's very travel friendly. So yeah, it was a great night, a great time. I love exposing people to the hobby, if you want to call it that, the lifestyle, if you want to call it that. You know, whether you know, is online or in person, or you know, however it can be.
Right. It's it seems cliche to call it a hobby because it's more than that. You know, people, it takes over people, it occupies their mind so much, you know, once they get into the voyage of you know, exploring the universe, you know.
It
So when I
starts
see
as a
someone
hobby.
like you know, Jason here, and Jason is so deep into, you know, really seeing the, you know, these amazing details in the universe and stuff. And I know, you know, from the way he describes his images and stuff and all the rest of it, he has spent a lot of, it's a, gosh, how do you describe it? It's like this real intimacy with trying to understand the universe, you know? So, and that's what all of you guys are doing, you know? And the people that are watching here, this is what they're doing too. It's really amazing.
I don't claim to ever, well, I don't think I'm ever going to figure it out.
Well, you know,
never going to understand it.
You know, if Stephen Hawking couldn't do it, you know, and I think he felt he was close, you know. You know, it really it takes something, but I think that all of us really do understand that you know, we feel this connection to the universe at large. Sometimes, Jason, this is funny, but sometimes I'll be outside anywhere, and I just kind of look up at the blue sky in the daytime, and I just go, you know, I'm still looking out across the universe, you know, and I try to just for a moment stop to think that, okay, we are flying through space, you know, we're flying through space at incredible speeds, you know, we're you know, our planet is spinning around this little star as the spiral arm is moving, what, 500,000 miles an hour around the center of our galaxy. The whole galaxy is moving at I don't know, 1.5 million miles per hour to a new part of space we've never been to before, all the time. All the time. And this 100 kilometers of atmosphere, this right distance from the sun, all these things where we're in this quote unquote Goldilocks zone. It's amazing. And we're down here busily making these polishing up these lenses and doing this stuff so we can look out and try to understand this. You know, it's an incredible voyage. You know, it really
certainly
is.
Gives perspective.
It sure does.
Yeah,
Sure does.
I got a couple images that I took, well, that I recently finished up. If you want to look at them.
Yeah, we sure would.
We're doing
Sure
like show and tell here, so.
Mm-hmm.
This one here, you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
This is the Draco trio of galaxies.
Wow. Oh, that's amazing. Look at that.
It's beautiful.
So
Look
this
at
is
the detail.
in the constellation of Draco. The cool thing about this grouping is that they are three visually different galaxies in the same, you know, high magnification field of view. So we've got a elliptical galaxy here.
Yeah.
It's flanked by two spiral galaxies. This one at the top is you know, almost perfectly edge on. You can see the little dust lane running through it.
Yeah.
And then this one down here is a rather beautiful spiral.
That's cool. That's cool. That's,
there's
really,
all these little background galaxies if you go looking in here.
That looks almost three-dimensional.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
The
But
way
those
the dark areas are.
Yeah. It is three-dimensional.
Is this the same group called the 59 or the 5982 group?
That sounds right. NGC 50, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, NGC 5976, 5981.
Yeah.
5985. These three galaxies are known as the Draco Trio, Draco group, although there's no evidence that they form a compact group. Okay, interesting.
They are.
For Wikipedia, huh?
Yeah, they are neighbors, though. I don't know the separation, but they all have a distance of just over 100 million light years. These three.
It says the separation is 7.7 arc minutes. I guess the larger galaxy in there is 100,000 light years across. It was discovered by William Herschel on May 25th, 1788. Wow.
Yeah, so I thought that was a cool image. I love these galaxy groupings and shots.
Right.
Especially.
Actually, it's the center galaxy that is 5982 that William Herschel discovered. Must be brighter. It's got an apparent magnitude of 11 magnitude. Amazing.
It's just a little.
What a great observer William Herschel was. Really.
Yeah, he's got a lot of.
He had really good skies,
credits.
didn't he? No light pollution.
Discovered the first planet with a telescope, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, just reading about, you should read about William Herschel and what he had to go through to do his observations. It's unbelievably hard, you know, unbelievably difficult. Him and his sister both, and then his son, you know.
This one here is the Sol Nebula, just the center column of the Sol Nebula. This is pretty nearby star forming region.
Yeah.
And this was taken in hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur emission bands.
Mm-hmm.
Ended up with a nice amount of detail in there.
Beautiful.
You know, we're talking about, you know, new processing techniques. So, you know, all the rage now is the starless look at these nebulae. So I just think this is pretty cool. It looks like almost impressionistic.
Yeah.
Really like this area down here.
Jason, do you ever print up your work? Do you put it up on the wall or?
Yeah, I do. Not as much as I probably should, but I do. So anyways, those are just two.
Amazing. This area has got to be, I mean, so rich in star formation, you know.
Yeah, these areas here, like these little columns, it kind of reminds you of the Pillars of Creation on a.
They are. That's exactly what they are.
Smaller scale, but.
Right.
Well, actually, I don't know the physical scale between them, but. From our point of view, it looks small.
Even on the right side there, you can see one like a you know, star kind of embedded in dust up there, you know.
Yeah, this one down here looked. You can almost see this star here carved out this whole pocket for itself.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of little. Looks like young stars kind of igniting in the dusty pockets here.
Yeah. It's kind of like looking down at a sometimes you look at a pond of water where there's, you know, moss or whatever growing in there, and you just start looking deeper and deeper into it, and you know, you realize there's all kinds of stuff going on in there, you know. You scoop up a little bit of it and put it under a microscope. Wow, you know, there's all kinds of things going on. And this is the same thing. Look at that.
Incredible.
So this must be like, I don't know, what do you think? Like stellar wind kind of blowing off the
Yeah, there's like
left
wispy.
side, kind of pushing out the interstellar dust out, you know, and kind of reflecting it back.
Yeah, I don't really know the mechanism. I mean, my understanding of these is like these pillars are carved out by the, basically when these stars ignite, they
Yeah.
exert pressure on the gases and kind of compress them into these columns. I don't
Right.
really know how things like this form. This is a pretty thin column out in the middle of nowhere.
Right. I suppose if you were to somehow be able to fly up close to them, they would entirely disappear, though. You know, you wouldn't be able to see them.
Oh yeah, that would be disappeared. But
For all we
cool.
know, we're sitting inside of one of those.
We're inside.
I
Exactly.
think they did say recently that we are surrounded with gas and dust like this in our region. I can't remember where I saw that story at, but they think that our system, we could be inside of a nebula just like this
So
and
we
not
could be
see it.
we'd just be like one little dot of a
Right.
star that would be our sun.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective when you think, if you were at one of these stars looking back at us, what would you see?
Yeah,
Would it look something like this?
I think it would. Yeah, I don't think it's clean, you know, like we're out in empty space. It's amazing. It's amazing. Terry Mann and I got in this conversation earlier today about kind of the recycle of everything in the universe, you know, and it's it's kind of somber because we were talking about people that have passed on, you know, but when you think about it, there's like no end. You're going to, you know, whatever this door is that we call life, and then you go on. It just keeps going on. Keeps going on. It's beautiful.
I want to thank Clear Skies Network and Wade for the raid on Twitch.
Oh, they gave us a raid. Thank you. That's cool. Yeah. That's very cool. Yeah. Oh, I see it right there.
What is a raid? I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know. I see it. It says raid, 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 you know, up here. Actually, he's dumping off his audience to us. That's what he's doing. So it's great. So Deepti, what do you think about all this?
I didn't get you what you're saying.
I said, what do you think about all of this? How do Jason's images make you feel?
It's just wonderful. Just, it is so wonderful. I'm just looking and staring at that picture and feeling like that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I look at them and it's like seeing the Hubble Space Telescope images or something, you know, right? It's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing.
So Deepti, how do you explain to your friends their relationship to the universe? I mean, what you know? I know that you've studied astronomy and you have an astronomy club. How do you describe the relationship between people and the universe?
Okay, for that, I believe we all are the part of the universe. and this Earth is also the part of the universe. So we are in this space. We are in the universe. So yeah, in fact, it is not explored that how directly our life is linked, but in overall, just we are linked up like our maybe this. It is believed that the a small part of our body is also the part of the universe. It is the made. It is made similar is like the how the universe is made.
Right.
So yeah, it's our body is our life. Our body is just make similar is like the universe. How the universe is created, then it is directly linked up with all this universe. And what we do, it is related on astronomy. It is related in every field of astronomy. It is just based in our life, totally based upon our life, day-to-day activities.
I would say you're right on the mark. I would say that that's a very accurate description. When I look at the images like that, um, I am, I don't know, something stirs inside of me. It really does. You know, I know that it changes your perspective, your frame of mind, you know, and it's wonderful to see astronomers work so hard to kind of show you that, you know, in such startling detail, you know, so it's great. I think about Caesar. Caesar is taking people literally like holding their hand to show them what's possible, you know, from their backyards. And
Yeah,
yeah, right? Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
From
Richard,
balconies, backyard. Yes.
Richard is
From the
showing
cities.
people. Yes. Yeah.
I,
Richard is
I
showing.
remember. Yes. I remember when we started to talk this year, when I told to, I don't remember if we are talking about products, and I was in the chat, not talking.
Mhm.
I say that I prefer many times solve first the mount, like the small mount and go to mount, because people have sometimes have a reflex camera and they don't know more that to take the typical pictures, in the day, in the daylight, regular pictures. And when they put their own reflex camera over a equatorial mount, of course that in this time we was talking about the Exos 100, but the idea was more to say sometimes to when the people capture the sky, a small part of the sky, with maybe a cluster or a part of a landscape with a few seconds of exposure, the magic appears, some colors of a nebula. And this year was a year where the people was not able to spend a lot of money in Argentina because
Sure.
it's really hard.
Anywhere.
Yes, we
Yeah. Yeah.
yes, everywhere in Argentina, but we have a record for economic crisis. I can teach you how have the world's economic crisis here, and but for many people told me that say, "Whoa, what's a great idea?" Because first they buy a mount and they started to first they used a single tripod with their reflex camera. In second place, they buy the go to mount with a equatorial mount with go to uh, and put the reflex camera over the mount, and in the third place, they choose optical tube, but knowing more about astronomy because they make the work to take pictures of the part of the sky, and the people that chose this, they they had a better experience because they make the experience in the steps that was amazing for these people because they loved photography, they loved the sky, and when they put all together, camera, optical tube, and mount, they had a much better experience because they know how to use the all system together and don't spend all money in one time.
Right. Right.
Wasn't and was an interesting experience.
Yes. Right. Hey, Richard, do you have another image of Orion that you can show?
We are still in the tree, but we can definitely still show it again.
Is it getting better?
Maybe.
Let's see.
Depends on what part of the tree you're in, I guess.
Yeah, I think the worst part's about to just stomp right on.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I think this
Yes.
part is
Amazing.
coming this way.
It's a healthy tree, very tall.
Yeah, it is. That's right.
Well, it's still kind of low.
Even the tree
in the
is part of the
sky.
universe. You know?
Yes.
You know, you have to appreciate all of it, right?
Is your tree is in
Absolutely.
your backyard?
It's my neighbor's tree that's in my backyard.
Okay.
It's one of those ones that's like planted right on the fence line, and you know.
Oh yeah.
Maybe if you need wood for sticks for the next winter, you know.
Yeah.
Well, next winter I'm going
Firewood.
to be in a different location.
Winter. Yes.
Firewood. Right. Well,
Yeah.
there's two solutions, Cesar. One is chop down the tree, make firewood out of it. The other one is just move, and that's what Richard's doing. He's moving.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So moving to darker skies.
Darker skies, more
Yes.
skies. That's right.
Only wait because we love astronomy. Only we wait because we know that the sky is it's not quiet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much my plan's going to change, but my original plan, I'm putting up I call it a 2-story shed, but it's more like half a barn. And my plan is to find a water main pipe and bury it in lots of concrete so I can get the scope high enough to see above some of the forest in the area to give myself a whole bunch more sky, as opposed to being down in the hole, kind of be up on top of it a little bit.
Yes.
Right.
Right. One thing I would say, you know, a lot of people think you need, you know, very good to excellent conditions and everything to do astronomy. That's not the case at all. You should really don't give away opportunities to observe just because you're waiting on perfect anything.
That's true.
You know, you've seen the horizon around the MSRO. It's terrible, right? But there's a great view of the sky of the ecliptic, and there's lots of opportunity to observe regardless of the blockage that we have to the north and everything else.
Doing a ton of
and it's too early to take pictures of Orion now.
Right. So, and then that's the same thing with your backyard. Just because you don't have, you know, you got 2 arc second or 3 or 4 arc second seeing doesn't mean you can't image or observe. I mean, it's really, don't think you have to be on top of a mountain to get, because the goal is to observe. It's not to compete against these high dollar professional observatories that are up on a mountain. That's not the goal at all.
That's right.
It's to observe. I mean, take every opportunity you can. And people buy into big scope systems and everything else, and it gets to be cumbersome to set up.
Oh yeah, and they
You
don't
know,
use them after a while.
they don't
Once that,
use them after a while,
yeah,
right? So
yeah, they have to work a 60-hour work week or something. You know, they're not going to take that big telescope out. You know, not
no,
you
that's
know.
right. So
That's
get something small and enjoy it, and you can do a lot with these small.
yeah.
And Caesar
Use it
Caesar
from
knows about
your
this.
backyard. You know, use it from your backyard. Now, if your backyard's in Bortle One Sky's great, okay. But if it's not, you know, there's ways to make some amazing images. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
Jason's like one of the guys that is doing.
right.
Chuck Ayub is another guy. You know, that's doing that. Doug Struble, another guy. You know,
Yeah,
so there's
make
lots of
make
them.
make the best of what you have. Don't complain about it, and just plan it for the future, because you never know what's going to happen.
That's right.
My Borderland says Bortle 6, but I have an LED street lamp 100 feet away, so I think that probably at
Yeah,
least puts me in Bortle 7.
at
I
least,
mean,
at least. That's right.
and I mean, I honestly feel like I don't have a problem imaging with that. I mean, and I travel to Bortle 4. Well, I used to more regularly. Lately, I've been hanging around the house because obvious reasons. But I mean, honestly, being around here helps to be able to get everything, set up. And I mean, it's taken me a while. Like I said before, my first official kind of image was last year was Mercury on November 11th. So
Right.
I've officially been doing this for a year, and
Wow, you're
I
doing really
mean,
good.
so we're gonna
Yeah.
keep going because I'm still learning stuff every time my brain has the ability to take more in, because it comes in faster than I can learn it. It really does. I mean, it's just more like if you learn something when somebody tells you a whole bunch of something, you're still
Yeah.
moving forward. So you don't have to feel like you gotta pull it all in at one time, because
Right.
it's a lot to take in,
That's true.
and you just take little steps, and your images get better, and you know um
It's
and
about the journey. It's about the journey. It's not about the goal of getting a certain picture or a certain quality.
Well,
You're going to
that's
always
what David
improve.
Levy says. I mean, he of course he's discovered tons of comets, but it's not about the comet discovery. It really is about for him. It's about the search for comets. He loves that more than I think the actual discovery. Although I've been around him when he's made discoveries and stuff, and it's a huge thrill. But but I think the thing that keeps him happy and keeps him focused is and has healed him. I don't know if you guys know this, but David had a severe stroke, um, and this goes back years ago. And I believe that it was astronomy that healed him. You know, because he still got out. He still, even when he couldn't write, he couldn't, there's a lot of things he couldn't do after his stroke. He was able to step by step, um, rewire himself. And now you see him give lectures and all the rest of it, but that was not how he was right after his stroke. He really had a big debilitation. And I think for a lot of people, if they don't have something like that, um, you know, it's they're wounded for life. But you would almost not know that at all about David at this point. So astronomy's good for you. It heals you. It gives you more to think about. It keeps you on a path of discovery and exploration. That's the most important part.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask you something, DT. Would you like to be on more of these programs?
Okay.
Do it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have to figure out some more topics. So think about what you would like to still do. I think you've been very very good for this program, and I know people are interested in what you're doing out there. Thank you.
Yeah, I have something to show. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Well, gentlemen, is there anything else you'd like to share? Or?
I was waiting to see if the moon would pop up above the trees. I'd like to do some,
All right.
but it's still got some time. I'm still not up high enough yet. It doesn't transit until 3:30 in the morning, so it's going to be probably another hour.
Right.
So I may have to get up early in the morning again.
Take an image and then show it on Friday.
Actually, I've had the I don't know how much time you want to spend. I've got the video that I took this morning. I could probably go through and see if I could process it with Registax just to see what we get. I haven't even looked at it yet.
Show how that's done.
Let me stop sharing.
All right.
So I've still got sharp cap on Mars here. I've been taking a bunch of data for that. So I'm actually going to dump out of this so I don't use up a lot of resources while I'm doing this, or
sure.
You can see how bright our sky is now with the moon coming up in the observatory picture.
Oh
there.
yeah.
I'm trying to move this video stuff around. Can you see like a black spot on the screen? I don't know if you even see it. You probably don't. No, it doesn't look like it.
No.
So I'm gonna start
Is
up.
that telescope up on the second story, or is it?
It looks like it's high up, doesn't it? So
Yeah.
for example, look here. See this area right here? That's the door, and that's a full-size door.
Oh, okay.
It's actually 7 foot tall. So the building part is 7 foot tall, and there's a 6 foot dome above it. And the pier is actually where the white is. That's 7 foot. So the mountain that's up on top of the pier, which is 7 foot tall. And so it's a 7 foot square, or basically almost a 7 foot cube building. And there's room to walk around underneath the scope, but it's up above. I do have probably another picture I can show you that shows a better perspective, but that's basically because it's such a wide angle lens, it makes it look much higher than what it actually is. You start Registax. And this will be a quick and dirty run through and see what we can find, what we can get. Let me see here. So this is from this morning. Oh, is that right? Capture. Yeah, that's Mars. Could have sworn I got more than that. Let's see what we got here. I guess that's from this. I guess that's it. I thought I took more than that one video. Maybe I didn't. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I know what I did some. I did some sharp cap, and I also did some full frame images, like I talked about with the deep sky camera. Let's look at these right now. So first thing you do is, like I did, open up the file, you bring in the data, and then you can set the align points, and it'll pick for that. And I don't like to use all of them. I like to back off a little bit around, the midpoint in the selection. So you can use the slider to select the least amount of alignment points or the most amount. So the alignment points are basically, these are anchors that it's going to look for movement in each section. And it picks them based on little details that are in the image, I think, and it keys off of that little detail and keeps track of it where it's moving when you do the alignment. It'll try to align all the images. And the other thing is you can see here how it moved over time, and the brightness changed and everything. So there was some clouds going on during this time. You can see the clouds going across.
Oh yeah.
And but overall, seeing is pretty good. You can see it's fairly steady. It's not really getting too blurry. It's just that it's wavering around a little bit. That's because the exposure time was very fast on these images, so it kind of freezes the atmosphere. So I'm going to go ahead and let the alignment. It takes a few seconds for this, probably about 30 seconds or so. Well, it says it's got 50 seconds left, so it's going to take about a minute. I'm just looking to see where we're pointed. So that's chart right there shows you an example of what our local horizon looks like. So that's what it looks like. That's the patch of sky we have, and all the brown stuff is our tree line. Is our trees. So it's not too good, although there's quite a bit of sky still available.
Right.
Right. So this
like
is
you have the
almost...
telescope at Lord Ross, which just kind of aims straight up.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
You just have to wait for stuff to float in the
You have to wait for stuff. Yeah. You take your opportunity. Whatever's up at the time, you just observe it. You know.
Right.
All right. So this is almost done here. Then we'll go to the next time. So what my normal practice, and there's different techniques. People do all these different things when they're doing these processing. Yeah. This is just my particular technique. It's probably not the best. May not be the worst, but it's just the way I do it. And one of the things I do is I don't do the limit at this level. You can select the best frames, but I include all of them because there's another way to set the limit, and I'll show you that in a minute in terms of the number of frames that you're stacking. So this kind of shows you a little bit about how the moon moved over time, or how the image moved. The next thing I do is I go to the stack graph, okay? And what this does, this shows you the quality. It ranks all the frames by quality. So it goes from the worst to the best. On the left-hand side is the best, and the right-hand side is the worst. You can see there's some pretty bad frames in there, and we're talking a quality level. Let me, for example, the cutoff point right now, we're at this position is that's really low. So it's really okay. Now it starts to get into 25% quality. Down here it was 0, so it's pretty bad. So come on, it's lagging on me. So let me drag this around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get this up. There's really some bad frames in there. Typically I get much higher quality. So we'll just live with what we got in terms of the frames. I thought, because typically the quality will be from 80 to 95, 98%. But this is just this low quality is 38%. That's pretty low. I'm surprised that it's that low. But we'll go with this and see what we get. So I select the number of frames I want to stack. Right now it's set to 100 frames out of, I think there's 2,000 frames that I collected here. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that the quality level's so low, but anyway. So let's do with that. So then once I've selected that, I pretty much leave this mostly default here. There's some other things you can do I won't get into in terms, you can create an AVI with the file. You can do all kinds of other stuff, which is a video to play back all the files or the images. And but I'm just going to go with the stack. So this is kind of a quick and dirty thing. So see how long this takes. All right, there's a stack. All right, now.
Okay.
So you can see how you see these lines that it basically shifted the alignment and it shifted the image, so it aligned all the things, and it looks pretty good. I mean, it's pretty clear right now, right? But let me show you the real magic of this process, and that's the wavelet filtering, sharpening. It's pretty awesome the way this works. So I'm gonna create a zoomed. I'm gonna zoom up on a section of the moon. Actually, quite a bit. So you can see there, it's a little bit blurry, and I can select what section to look at. But we'll concentrate on these two craters, and then I'll start. These sliders control the wavelet filtering. I think I've discussed in the past what the wavelet process is, what the calculation is, but I'm not fully versed on it. I haven't studied it a whole lot. I just it's more like to me this is the closest thing to magic in processing that I understand right now. Okay, so you can start to see as I drag the slider around and see how it starts to get a little sharper.
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of thing you can do to play with the image. It's really cool that you can start bringing out these details. You can push it too hard, you start to get a little bit of noise. And the other thing is this is a color image also. You can see some of the color artifacts.
All right.
Start to come out a little bit. You start to emphasize certain things. So I'm going to do all. So right now it's just doing a preview in this little center section. So I'm going to do all. And you can see as I do it, you can see the original, and then it comes out and shows you the difference there. See that?
Oh yeah.
So one of the things we can look at here.
Yes.
Now again, this is not with the planetary camera setup. This is with the deep sky camera. All right, and I zoomed in with so what I did, this is a full disk image with our astro camera, and what I did with SharpCap is I zoomed in a region of interest. Like I was showing Mars there, I was zoomed into that region of interest. That's what I did here on the moon and captured it.
Sure.
So this is not like a video camera. Well, it is kind of like a video camera, but it's not. It's a deep sky camera. So it's really different. But you can see here, you know, I've got a program I use called Virtual Moon Atlas.
Yeah.
Which is really a nice tool to identify craters and stuff. You know, I know a lot of craters the larger craters on the moon, but I don't know the smaller ones and how big they are. But right now, looking at this image, typically I can get a resolution of around 3 to 5 kilometers on a crater. So, for example, see this crater right here?
Yeah.
Can you see that? It's like an impression of a crater. It's not a completely well-defined image, but I would estimate that to be around 3 or 4 kilometers.
That little
crater right there. And that's pretty amazing when you think about it, you know, that you can use a 850 millimeter focal length f5 and still image the moon and get some really good views of it. You know, you definitely would have to have a high powered, this is like using a high powered eyepiece on the moon is what it's pretty much like. This is what you would be able to see with your eye, but it'd be fleeting. It's not like we're freezing the image, you know, and really taking advantage of the camera's power.
You go, oh, I think I see.
This is just, yeah, you'd have to really sit there to find this crater on the moon or to look at it. You really have to watch for a while. and train
Right.
your eye. So that's a quick and dirty process that I use to
Very cool.
to do this with the Registax.
Excellent.
Sherry, I'm sorry, something that you made in the wavelets, if you watch the controls of the on the every layer,
Uh-huh.
is like a curve of where do you have the layer one is the most change, and if you see the controls make like a curve, it's mathematic. Well, but this is something that we say to the people: don't over don't over sharpen.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
because but this is the curve that you can that the people need to make in each control of the wavelength
Right.
from the yes. This is the best the best result. Sexy.
So one thing I can do here also is let's see here. I think you can adjust the gamma, which is basically, how linear the response is for each of the, depending on the brightness, you can enhance the shadows or the light, So I can bring out detail in the shadows a little bit more by doing this. Actually,
Sure.
down here. Oh, I can't keep grabbing the thing. You can see it's just it's a little messy, but there's all kinds of stuff you could do with this.
Yeah, you pull it back one way and push it the other way, and you can
Uh,
increase or
I
decrease
like,
contrast.
the color's a little muddy here. I typically convert all my lunar images to monochrome, but the reason I'm using a color is because this is a one-shot color camera, and I want the full resolution, so I do a bin 1, and then when it processes it, it keeps the resolution. It combines all the color pixels into each pixel. Now it's not the full resolution. It's actually when you take 4 pixels and combine them into one full color pixel,
Yeah.
it's about a 1.4 times reduction in resolution, basically.
Okay.
But when you do a statistical summation and selection of the image, then you increase the resolution, and especially that's what you're bringing out with the wavelet filtering. So depending on your skies, you can get full diffraction limited, especially if you get your pixel size small enough, you can get full diffraction limited resolution on your image. And that's what Jason does.
I see.
Also with the small pixels on Mars. That's how you can bring all that detail out, is because the pixels are small and you're oversampling big time because you're combining data statistically, and it can pull out all that image detail that you normally wouldn't see.
Sure.
So I'm sure Jason could do an excellent tutorial on how he processes
I'm sure he could.
Mars images. Yeah.
I'm sure he could.
This is kind of a hack right here. It's just a quick and dirty look at how the thing works. Yeah.
Right.
You can hit that RGB balance, or what's that button
Oh
to
yeah, let me go back there.
to neutralize the color?
Yeah, RGB balance, or right here.
Yeah.
I can auto balance it. Yeah, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it a monochrome. But you can see how it's, I would crop this, of course. There's all this stuff on the left edge.
Yeah,
as
what's
it
all, is
left
that like
over.
the edges of the frame or something like
Yeah,
that?
different frames that were combined. Those are the edges
Okay,
when it moved around and it did the
right.
alignment. But yeah, so that's right.
Yeah, I
I'm
see.
trying to see if there's any other details here. So what I do, and I've demonstrated this before on other episodes. So one of the things I do with these images is I take them and load them into another tool called the Lunar Terminator Visualization Tool, or
Yeah,
LTVT, and I can actually do measurements of these shadows and the size of the craters and do all kinds of topographical measurements to measure the peaks, how high the peaks are, that type of thing. So if you look, I mean, it's really hard to see on this. This is really pushing the limit of this thing. So if you look here, this is the central peak inside this crater, right? And you can see this little triangle shadow. See that, what I'm outlining here?
sure.
So this tool allows you to set a measurement point right at the peak of the shadow. It knows, so you tell it the time of day of the exposure, and it knows where the sun is located. This program knows the sun angle that's coming in to form this shadow. Okay.
Okay,
So now you can sit there and you identify this peak, and then it projects a line back to the sun along that peak, and you basically set the measurement point there, and then you see where that line intersects the shadow line right here.
okay. Yeah,
And from that, it can determine the length of this shadow, and from that, the height of this peak. It's really
I
a
see.
cool thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
And so
Yeah,
that's
you
an
were showing
example.
us that before, and how
Yeah,
you could
right,
see the elevation of each object and
right.
that
And
kind of thing.
you can also calculate with these shadows, see this shadow of the rim. You
Yeah,
can calculate how high the rim is above the floor of the crater and all kinds of things like that.
right.
Um,
It's
that's just
amazing
a,
how big some of these features are,
oh
really.
yeah. But this is probably a little pushed a little hard. Uh, let me back off of it just a little bit. But you learn things, and that's really zoomed up quite hard too. So,
Yeah,
um, but you push the limits of your equipment that's way, and you learn how to these techniques. Here's another mountain that's kind of cool right here. See that? So
right.
you could measure that peak. Now this is a low, a low resolution version of a high resolution moon image.
Right.
You can get much better than this. And I could actually show some examples maybe real quick. Let's see if I got something here. Actually, um, I'm trying to see if I've got any, actually do a search. I may not have anything. I may have it on other
Mhm.
my local desktop instead of on the MSRO. I'm gonna share my other desktop here. Stop this real quick and share again. All right. So I may have something here that I can show. I guess I can show. Here's an example. I'll show this real quick. This is an example of a full disk image, which is basically what I did in sharp cap is captured. Oh, that's not very good. That doesn't give me the full resolution. What the heck is going on with that?
Oh yeah, I've seen this
Um,
much sharper.
yeah, actually, I think this is it. There we go. There we go. So you can see how big this image actually is. I guess
Yes,
that's
amazing.
before, that's the crop. This is taken with the deep sky camera.
Right, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just floors me that it's able to do this type of, that's how sharp how sharp that instrument is. That's not a, so I'm going to show what a real picture looks like with I think I've got some back here. As I'm scrolling through here, you might see some secrets off my desktop. I got a bunch of stuff here going through here. Now what I need to do is I'm going to search
The secrets draw of
Oh,
the
here you go.
next
Here's one.
month.
Here's an example of what I'm talking about with this measurement. And I'm trying to recall
Oh yeah, look at that.
which, so you can see these are the peaks right here. Like this mountain here, it's got this peak, and that's 728 meters. It's a measured value. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's like 2,200 feet. You know, it's
Right.
amazing you can see this level of resolving for that type of thing, you know, resolving power. And I like to compare these measurements with the charts that are put out, the LAC charts, the lunar aeronautical charts that are available.
Right.
So that gives you an idea of what's possible there.
Cool.
Oh, very cool. Well, I think I'm winding down, gentlemen and lady.
Do you mind if I show this real fast now that it finally came out of the tree?
Yeah, let's see it, man. Let's see it. There we go.
Nice.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Finally, the trees is out of the image. Amazing.
Right. Very nice. That's just 10 minutes?
No, that's just 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay.
That's a 60.4 second sub, so it says.
I
So,
see.
and actually that's normally much longer than I would go on Orion.
I see.
Because it's going to totally
Because
blow
the
out the
cord gets
core at a
blown
minute
out.
once I stretch it out
Right.
and do everything in stack. But for the purpose of showing it on the Star Party, a minute seemed appropriate.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's great.
Glad I could show it. We definitely got the most pictures in that we've ever got on a Star Party tonight. So that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's very good.
Stop this sharing
Excellent.
here and yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you all being on tonight and sharing with the audience all of your knowledge and images and all of that. It's great. It's great.
Thank-
Love the music. Norman Fulham's instrumental. I don't know if you were on for that, Jason.
No, I missed that.
It was
I
really
miss
good.
that too.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Norman talked about the the big telescopes that he makes. He actually constructs his own mirrors and everything up to 65.5 inches. And it just the experience of looking through big telescopes and that kind of thing is really amazing. It's great to have him on the show. Terry Mann also did a great job. Deepti, thank you very much, for your presentations. It was awesome. I hope that you're getting a good benefit from being on these shows. We want you back, so it'll be great. Caesar, thank you for coming on to so many of these programs. It's awesome. And Richard, you've been, I think, on all of these programs. Every one, is that right?
Yeah, all the besides the European editions, yeah, been on all.
Okay, all right, very
Hasn't
good.
always been clear, but I
always
thank you
been
for the
clear,
invite
that's
to the
right.
party. I mean, because you're thanking all of us, but I mean, none of us would be here if it wasn't for you doing this. So we really appreciate it.
It's been my pleasure, my pleasure. Well, thank you very much. I think I'm going to call it quits tonight, and we've got Saturday morning. I've got to somehow figure out how to. Well, I know what I got to do. I just got to wake up like really early in the morning to be ready for that one. So it seems like the earlier something happens for me, the earlier I've got to wake up. So there's like this multi-hour wake up time for me. But all right, I really do appreciate it. You guys have a great night. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow, Jerry. And Jason, thanks for that solar image, man. It's really awesome. So really
Appreciate
awesome.
that.
Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah. Good night.